Hey everybody, today Rahdo Talks Through episode 71 of the podcast, and hi there. Welcome to the podcast, which is actually coming a little bit early because things have gotten a little cattywampus around here lately. Basically, in early February, I did episode 69 of the podcast, which came out on time, and unfortunately, I made a lot of big mistakes there. I said some very egregious, hurtful stuff for which I am still mortified. And so my March podcast came early because midway through February, I did episode 70, where I broke down all the mistakes I made, walked you, the audience, through where I've gone wrong and how all of us can do better and should do better. And I ended that podcast talking about what I wanted to do going forward. And so now here we are, episode 71, which should be the April podcast, but I didn't want to make you wait that long because March had come so early. So here we are still in March, and I'm giving you the April podcast a little bit early. And so first of all, let's just follow up on episode 70 a little bit. And tell you what's been going on. I talked about at the end of 70 how one of the things I wanted to do was to give back and to try to elevate more unique, varied voices in the board game media landscape. And so I offered to give advice, feedback, criticism to any channel that's being run by people of color or LGBTQ or women. Anybody other than more white guys talking about board games. And I'm happy to say so far I've helped out about a half a dozen channels, and I'm waiting to hear back from a couple more. So that's going very, very well, and it's really gratifying. I'm never really going to talk publicly about who these channels are because I don't want it to be about. I just want to say that is moving forward, and it's just been really wonderful to give the time and try to help these other channels grow and get a little bit better, and I've been watching them, and that's been very exciting. Also, you may have noticed on some of my videos, I am trying to make Rahdo Runs Through a force for good. Since I hit 100,000 subscribers at the beginning of this year, I've got such an incredible platform to be able to amplify voices, but also to change the world in other ways. So a few weeks ago, somebody posted on one of my comments on one of the videos, "Hey, you're always wearing your shirts, and but what do you do materially besides just boost voices?" And I replied to that person saying, "Well, here's all the organizations that I donate to." And they said, "Well, you should really say that on all your videos so other people could find it." And that made me think I could go one step further. And so I have actually started putting on all of the videos where you see me wearing a worthy cause shirt, for lack of a better term. I wear Black Lives Matter shirts and Green New Deal shirts and Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women shirts and gun control shirts. Whenever I'm full screen, like I am on YouTube today, wearing one of these shirts, over to the side of the video, when you can do this right now, if you're on YouTube, you can see the opportunity to donate. On this video right now, you can donate to a charity that is all about empowering young girls to become coders, to program. And it's an amazing charity, and I'm so happy to see that I've already raised almost $200 for this charity as of today. And amongst all the different charities, including they're scattered all over my different videos. I've raised several $100s, and I hope to continue doing that in the future. And by the way, if you run a channel like me and you'd want to get in on it, the interesting thing is we can collaborate. You can actually put links to the fundraising that I've set up on your videos as well, and then put your own notes in there for what they're doing means to you. And this has been wonderful. And the last live playthrough Jen and I did, I actually said, "Hey, anybody who would want to do a super chat to support me in the show, don't do that. Instead, donate to the cause," which that one was actually donating to the CDC Foundation to help frontline responders in our COVID times. And we raised several $100 there too. I know it's a drop in the bucket, and it's not like I'm some super monster channel that can raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it's so amazing to be able to use my channel to actually make such a concrete change in the world. So that's great too. Now, the big thing that's been going on that I've been working on is a code of conduct for my channel. And I haven't rolled it out yet because I'm really measuring twice and cutting once. I'm not just trying to blunder right into things, because that's what I did with episode 69 without giving things a second thought. So I've been talking to so many people and getting advice. I just had a wonderful, must have been almost a 3-hour conversation just yesterday with another channel. I won't name names, but they gave me so much encouragement and feedback and really great suggestions. Now, one thing I have been doing actually for the last couple of weeks, so I just haven't announced it yet, is I have actually fundamentally changed how comments work on my channel. From now on, nobody can make a comment on a Rahdo Runs Through video on YouTube without me clearing it first. So basically, every time you post, it looks like you posted a comment, but what's actually happening is it goes into a queue for me to authorize it or deny it. From your perspective, it looks like it's there, but only you can see it. Once I authorize it, then everyone can see it. Or if I deny it, then, you'll continue to be able to see it. You got your word out there. It's just that it will not be shared with the rest of the community. And so I've been experimenting with this, and I have to say I am so happy with the results. For years, I have always gone out of my way to read, or try, I should say, to read every single comment on my channel. But in the past, it was always just to answer questions. And the rest of the stuff, I just said, that's just the internet. It'll work itself out. That's one of the problems that I have unknowingly contributed to over the last decade of my channel. When I was told by people I respect that they don't feel safe commenting on a Rahdo Runs Through video on YouTube because they have seen other comments get attacked or diminished or dismissed or rude, and I've just let it go because, that's just the way the internet is. I'm so ashamed of myself for not having taken more of a stance against that. And going forward, that is the case. Like I said, I haven't rolled out my code of conduct, but when I do, it's going to be really simple. And it's basically going to be words to the effect of, if you want to be rude, if you want to be dismissive, if you want to, be disruptive, you will not find a place on my channel. You should take that elsewhere, because I will give you no oxygen. That's the way it's going to be moving forward, because I want my channel to be nothing but positivity. If you are just being a jerk, if you want to call other people stupid because you disagree with their statement, you're not going to get your comment post. You're not going to see your comment on my channel. Well, I should say you'll see it, but nobody else will. And I'd be more than happy for you just to leave that to yourself. Doesn't mean people still can't engage in debates and conversations about the content or even what I'm wearing. But first and foremost, you have to treat everybody with dignity and respect, or you will never see the light of day on my channel. Because moving forward, my channel is going to be, every way I can, forced to make the board game world, and maybe the world at large, just a little bit better. That's what I'm all about. So I will be, again, doing a proper code of conduct. You will see a link for it on all 5,000 videos on my channel. The first thing you will see on every one of my videos is, here are the codes of conduct, and here's what is not acceptable moving forward. So I'm going to be rolling that out. I'm hoping by the end of this month, if all goes to plan. So that's been going on because, like I said, it was just a dagger to my heart when I heard that somebody whose channel I really respect, and I think, they're a great positive voice, for them to say, yeah, Rahdo, I just don't feel comfortable posting on your channel. And I realized, I can see how my inaction has led to, bringing very toxic elements to my channel as well, which is what got unleashed with my episode 69. And that's what I'm doing moving forward. Like I said, I'll be talking more about that when I put the Code of Conduct video up, which is one of the things I got to work on next week. But anyway, right now, sorry folks, we're here today just to talk about games in the podcast. And it's going to be the same format it's always been. First, I'm going to answer a bunch of your game-related questions. Then Jen will come in for a few game-related questions. And then Jen will stick around for the for the personal questions. And actually, there will be some more follow-up episode 70 conversations as some of you folks get a chance to respond with what episode 69 and, more importantly, what episode 70 meant to you. I've already recorded the personal stuff and the game stuff with Jen, and I'll warn you right now, there's going to be some tears. Although, actually, I'll also warn you as well. Of course, I'm continuing with my experiment of actually having these podcasts on camera so you can see me if you're watching on YouTube instead of on your smartphone. And I totally blew it. like always, I do things out of order. Jen comes in first, and the first thing we did was the personals, and for half of the personal Q&A section, I forgot to record the video. I only recorded the audio. So what's going to happen is you're going to see me talking about games. Then you're going to see Jen and me talk about games. And then you're going to go to the personal, and suddenly there'll be no video for a little while, and about halfway through the video will turn back on when I realize I goofed up. So apologies for that right up front. Of course, none of this matters if you're listening on a smartphone. This is only if you're watching on YouTube. But I think that's enough preamble, a little bit more than usual, 10 minutes. And of course, since it's been away for a few weeks, there's been a lot of questions backed up. So without further ado, hold on a sec, folks. We'll be right back with the gaming Q&A. Okay, everybody, we are back, and we are going to start out with several questions, I believe, from Mario, who starts out saying hello, and alrighty, jumping to game and show questions. Mario says, my podcasts are on both iTunes and YouTube. Which format is better for me and for my listeners to use? All right, Mario continues that he's guessing it would be YouTube for profits. There's not much in the way of profits. But Mario has no idea how iTunes deal works. He used to listen at home with iTunes, but since I took out the games of interest part and switched over to full-time questions and answers, he figured that the tempo of the Q&As is easier for him. And so nowadays, he uses YouTube to listen while he's in the office. So he's just curious. It's a fair question. The reality is, to me, it doesn't really matter. I make a few bucks off of the ad content on YouTube, if you're watching this, but hardly anything at all. I mean, I appreciate the thought. Thank you. I mean, it will be a few, it'll be a few fractions of a penny if you watch the podcast on YouTube rather than listen to it on iTunes or Stitcher or any of the other places you can listen to a podcast. Yes, I'll get a fraction of a penny if you do it on YouTube, but don't worry about it because it really doesn't add too much. Just work whatever's best for you. The reality is my podcast only has two forms. It's the YouTube video I upload and then an audio file I put onto anchor.fm, which now hosts it, and then that propagates everywhere. And I don't really have any control over that at all. And honestly, I don't even know how it works, but there's certainly no monetization there. But again, fractions of a penny on YouTube. So don't worry about that either. Okay, but thanks for asking. Okay, Mario then continues. Alrighty, he mentions that I've spoken in the past about how I change a rating of a game based on rules changes or official variants. So the question is, have I found myself, or do I ever see myself, changing a rating of a game, lowering it, not because there was an official change, but because I grew apart from it in taste? So basically what Mario's talking about here is there have been times when I've knocked a game down at games.rahdo.com or ranked.rahdo.com, where you can see how I rank all the games in my collection. I've knocked it down sometimes because the rules have officially changed. Most famously Carpe Diem. That happened last year, was it the year before? And then, last year, it's happening again with another Steffenfeld game, Castle of Tuscany, where they're going to change the rules and make them weaker, and I'm probably going to have to knock it down. I think I already have knocked it down. But that's external forces changing the game. Also, occasionally, but not at all occasionally, if I play an expansion for a game and that really enhances my appreciation, I'll knock the base game up, because my ratings are how much fun I feel the core game is, and that includes expansions. And maybe I shouldn't do that, but it's the way I've done it for years, so it's just the way it goes. So Mario's question of, have I ever lowered something just because I have grown apart from the game in taste? Well, now that's probably, I assume Mario's asking another thing, because I have talked in the past about how my tastes have changed. I used to be a little bit more comfortable. I mean, as time has gone on, I've become less and less comfortable with take-thatedness. And I'm also finding my tastes are evolving over time. And it's not my taste, it's just my circumstances don't make really long, heavy, in-depth games like Vito Lusardi games tougher and tougher to play. And so I would say stuff like that doesn't really affect my ranking, because I still rank the games in... it's subjective. There's no two ways about it. But in my head, it feels very objective because I'm using all these metrics that I value based on, the quality of the experience, the types of decisions you have to make. And just because a game doesn't fit well for me doesn't mean I would rank it low. As I said, if I were ranking games objectively, Res Arcana would have been in my top 10 of the year. And last year, Dune's Imperium probably would have been in my top 10 of the year. It wasn't, because at the end of the day, my top 10 of the year is the games I enjoyed the most. But I can still appreciate that Dune Imperium is a high 8, maybe even a low 9. It's such a good design. It's just not one for me. So, but what does happen is, if my tastes change, I'll just probably say goodbye to the game. And once a game is no longer in my collection, I remove it, literally, from the collection. And that's that. It's gone. Bye-bye. We'll speak no more of it, because I've talked about this. Actually, you can go to faq.rahdo.com and I'll talk about my problems with the ranking system on Board Game Geek and why I literally can't give things bad rankings because the system is sort of broken. But instead, if I get rid of a game, you can go to gone.rahdo.com and you will find a text. I will write in text rather than giving it a number why we got rid of the game, because often there's a lot of really great games that are 8s and 9s that I got rid of for other reasons. But no, I don't. Maybe, but that's the thing. When I'm doing top 10s, I'm doing my top 10 of the year, it's how much fun we had. When I'm actually trying to give things rankings, I am actually trying to rank their overall quality. Not just how much fun I think they are, but how good I think they are. And a good game that just doesn't work for me, I'm not going to rank it down just because it's the type of game I don't like. Instead, I just won't keep it in my collection. So that's how that kind of pans out. Next up, you wonder, how far do I think it is for, how fair is it for a designer to suffer from false expectations that people create over their games? And then Mario basically has an example about Alexander Pfister's Cloud Age, which, for my money, is a phenomenal design, but Mario is right to point out that when it came out, even though the publisher and Alexander Pfister repeatedly said, look, this is going to be lighter than Great Western Trail, this is not going to be the typical big heavy box game you expect from me, people still responded to the game saying, well, it's not a big heavy box game that I want. It's not another Great Western Trail or whatever, and therefore I think it's not good. And Mario wonders, is that unfair? That expectations from the audience are not being delivered and the game is suffering for it. If it's fair or not fair, it's just the nature of things. There's no getting around it. People have expectations, and you can't force people to be fair and objective in their subjective preferences. So, it's par for the course. To be fair, Cloud Age could have done a little bit more to signal. I mean, the fact that Cloud Age comes in a big box and for all intents and purposes looks like a big, expansive game. It's got lots of pieces and whatnot in it. I guess they didn't have to. If it had come in a smaller box and they had found a way to package it in a different way, maybe people wouldn't have gone in with the same expectation, because it is the exact same box size as Maracaibo and Blackout Hong Kong and all of his other big, heavy games. On some level, I think it's understandable. I mean, and of course, not everybody is going to have heard Alexander Pfister's personal post on Board Game Geek trying to warn people. A lot of people are just going to, oh, it's another Alexander game. I've loved all his other games. Here's the deal: if you go out and you pick up a copy of Isle of Skye, I don't think you go into it expecting it's going to be as big and as elaborate, because it literally comes in a smaller box. And maybe that would have helped. At the end of the day, though, whether it's fair or unfair it's immaterial. It is the nature of things, and I think Alexander and the publisher both realized it. They tried to put the word out, but it's not like the word is ever going to get out. I mean, I've got 100,000 subscribers, and the vast majority of board game fans have no idea what I'm talking about moment to moment, and I've got such a huge reach. So how can Alexander, posting on Board Game Geek, hey, by the way, don't expect this, because he did an interview on, Board Game Geek News. There's no getting around it. People are going to want what they want. And it's reasonable if, hey, if the last 5 things you've done is this, and then you do that, but it still looks like this, it's c'est la vie. It's too bad. Long story short, I think Cloud Age is a great game, and I hope more people give it a chance, even if it's not necessarily what they expect. Alrighty, next up, Mario notices in the latest final thoughts for some game, when I had an inserted picture-in-picture clip where I said, oh wait, I have one more thing, and I didn't re-record it, I just inserted a little bit of extra stuff. He noticed that I was using the same t-shirt, but he could spot the game on the table was different. And so he wonders, do I make the effort when these cases happen to get the same t-shirt on, or was that just an accident? No. I do actually try wherever possible to make it look like, oh no, that extra thought I had, I was just, hey, I stopped filming and I just recorded immediately, even though it might be, hours or even days later that I record that because somebody else said, hey, weren't you going to talk about whatever, blah blah blah, or Paulo notices something when he's goof checking, or any number of things. I do try to have that continuity, which is why you'll notice most of the times I do those little picture-in-pictures, you won't see me from the chest down. It's just my head and my shoulders, so that you can't see that when I'm recording those, oh, there's a completely different game on the table or whatnot. But even still, sometimes I will have changed games in the background or stuff like that. Or I will literally be shaven in one and unshaven because it's a few days later. So there's no getting around it. I try to be, but I don't always succeed. But that's very eagle-eyed of you to notice, because I don't think most people notice one way or the other. Alrighty. Mario then wonders, or says that I've been mentioning again how I can't repeat old games, or I don't get to revisit old games. And so Mario wonders, don't I have a segment for Patreon supporters where Jen and I play whatever we want to play? Can't I use those moments to replay games that we haven't played for a while? Yes, there are every month. If you are a backer of the show on Patreon, depending on the level, you can watch a runaway video and an R&R video, which are games that only Patreon backers are going to get to see. And it's me and Jen sitting down. We pretty much play through an entire game, start to finish. So it's not quite the same as a run-through. Paulo hasn't goof checked it and whatnot. And I'm maybe doing a little bit less of my explaining everything because it's really more me and Jen playing. Although, to be honest, I can't help myself. I still keep narrating everything that's going on. So that the Patreon backers can get a good view. And yes, sometimes we do revisit old stuff. We recently played Marigo, and next month I'm going to be doing Trajan. But I'll be honest, even there, if I were to turn that camera and give it X-ray vision so you could see into the next room, there's such a big monster pile of games I have yet to play. That pressure is omnipresent. So even with our casual look, it's a rest and relax, or it's me. I call them runaways because I'm running away from my responsibilities. I'm not recording what I have to record. I'm recording whatever I want. Even then, what I tend to do is get out expansions for games that I previously covered and play those. And that's kind of like getting to revisit an old favorite. But yeah, that's what those two series are for. And if you're ever curious about it, but you don't want to go become a full-time Patreon backer, bear in mind, you could just back for 1 month. You could go on Patreon right now and say, hey, I'm just going to back, and you pay for the 1 month. You get access to everything, all the archives. You could watch right now. I don't know, there's probably like 30 or 40 game run-throughs of me and Jen that no one will ever see. You could pay for 1 month, watch it, and then cancel. Kind of like how people said, oh, the new Stranger Things is out. Okay, I'll subscribe for 1 month to Netflix so I can watch Stranger Things, and then I cancel my subscription. You can do the exact same thing for Rahdo Runs Through on Patreon, if you're curious to see all those oldies. All right, and then Mario's last question. I think it's time to upgrade entry 23 on the FAQ. Yes, and you know what, Mario? Thank you. I already have. When this email came in and I was quickly skimming it so I could decide what directory to put it in, whether it's a gaming or non-gaming stuff, I saw that and I have already updated. Thank you for the heads up, though. Alrighty, and then he has some non-game questions. We'll get back to that later with Jen. Next, we have James, who is following up. He points out, he says, I made a great point about the golden rule encapsulating the platinum rule. And he says, thanks for the discussion on that. But fortunately, he does not go because I feel like I've talked about the golden and platinum rule more than enough. Anyway, so James's question is, what do I think of big boxes on Kickstarter? Suburbia, Castles of Mad King Ludwig, Terraforming Mars. James thinks it's setting a trend for more expensive giant games. Question mark? Oh, you put a question mark at the end there. So what do I think about big boxes? Well, one, I like them because honestly, it really shouldn't matter at all, but I just cannot stand a game where I've got the core game in one box and I've got all the expansions in another box. I want everything in the same box, and it drives me nuts when a game gets to the point where I cannot fit everything in the big box. Now, I've only had that in a couple of cases. Like, I think I have all of Dominion in two Ticket to Ride style Dominion boxes, and then one smaller, one of the older, I think like the Alchemy box. So I've got all my Dominion in 3 boxes. I'd rather have everything all in one box every step of the way. And so I don't think it's a problem. I think good on publishers. I mean, should I be upset that they are finding a way to repackage their games and resell them? I'm happy for them because it means they can make more money. And I guess I'm happy for players who want everything in one big box because then that means they can get it. And those players will end up selling their old copy of the game on Board Game Geek or or eBay or something like that, so other players who couldn't afford to buy the full retail game can still get the game as well. It seems like a virtuous win-win-win cycle kind of thing to me. I've never heard of people complaining about them. Sure, they're not all, I mean, like the Suburbia one is interesting. I have that one, which means I got rid, oh, it was so heartbreaking. I got rid of my autographed copy of the first edition of Suburbia, which ended up going to the Dice Tower West convention library. So people will be able to play that there, which makes me happy. But it is true that squeezing, I don't have a problem with big boxes. I have to admit, no offense to Game Trays, they've got a huge fan base, they're doing great work. It's just not for me. I so prefer just having a box of loose contents in plastic bags rather than everything dutifully and carefully tucked into every single custom molded slot, because ultimately that takes up a lot more space. My Suburbia big box, with all its beautiful, gorgeous game trays, it works really well. But I would have been happier with that big box being 30% smaller and just everything inside that box being in a bunch of plastic baggies. That would be my preference. And that's ultimately what I tend to do. I don't really seek out big boxes when it boils right down to it. All my Merlin stuff fits in my original Merlin box. I don't need the Merlin big box. But I'm glad they're there for people who do. For people who love organizing everything into tight little inserts and perfectly molded caddies and stuff like that. That's great if you like that. I guess I'm happy it exists. So, but I don't know. You tell me, James. Is there some kind of controversy about them that I wasn't aware of? I'm really not sure. Okay, moving on to Gerard, who says, in the latest podcast, I put campaign and legacy together because, all right, no, I'm sorry. Gerard is, I guess he's classifying the word campaign and the word legacy together because to him, he doesn't care whether it's legacy, where you alter the game with stickers, getting rid of stuff and writing on stuff, where campaign, you just play multiple of games. Am I wrong? Is Gerard wrong to equate those two things to be the same? Yes, I would say so. And honestly, Gerard, I have to admit, I try not to get too stuck up in language debates about this word really means this. I mean, every time I say, oh, a thing was decimated, and they say, what, you mean it was reduced by 10%? Like, come on, you know what I mean. Language, more than anything else, is just there to, communicate ideas. When I say something was decimated, everybody, even the persnickety language expert, knows that I mean it was really, gosh, I can't even think of a different word for decimate, but it was severely reduced in number. But decimate, because if you lived in ancient Rome, it actually meant, reduced by 1/10. Like somehow that's a useful term. And everybody knows it doesn't mean that anymore. So I try not to be pedantic. Because if I understood what you meant, I mean, and as far as I know, I've got two things about that. One is mechanisms versus a game mechanic versus a game mechanism. That kind of drives me nuts, but I don't complain about it at all anymore because, again, I know what you mean when you say, this is my favorite gameplay mechanic. And I bite my tongue and I don't say, oh, you mean it's your favorite person who actually has to once a month do some maintenance on your game to make sure it's running smooth because it's a mechanic? And the world doesn't need that. I know what you meant. Let it go. Even though, of course, the proper use is mechanics. But mechanics is weird because it is a plural for mechanisms, and it's a plural for mechanism and mechanic. Both use mechanics. It's a weird thing. I used to care. I don't care anymore. But the other one I really do care about is campaign versus legacy. There is a very, very big difference. And it really, maybe I wouldn't care so much if there wasn't such a vociferous anti-legacy attitude amongst a certain portion of the gameplay populace. And I know this because, believe me, every time I cover another legacy game, they all come out of the woodwork and start complaining about how it's just a money grab and publishers are evil, yada, yada, yada. It's the same old thing again, again, and again. Look at me. There's me being mean and dismissive and not gracious to other people. Remember what I said right there at the beginning of the podcast about how I want comments on my comment field to always treat each other with respect? That goes for me too. for the record, and I will have to remember to say this when I do my code of conduct video, everything I'm saying that I want to apply to anybody who posts applies to me triply because I set the stage. So I apologize to anybody who feels strongly about anti, because I was a bit dismissive there about your attitude. I think it's really important, though, to keep legacy and campaign separated because it is such, for a sizable portion of the audience, it is a hot button topic. And so real precision is important. Normally, I'm fine with letting words kind of merge, and it doesn't bother me at all that regardless and irregardless are now synonyms officially in the dictionary. Objectively, that's a ridiculous state of affairs, but I don't care because you know what I say if I say regardless or irregardless. Legacy and campaign, though, I do think it's important because for a lot of people, it's a I will or I won't buy it because that is a huge difference. Even if it's not for you, Gerald. Or Gerard, not Gerald. Your guys with anyway. Does anybody ever call you Jerry? Maybe that would help. Anyway, though. Also, Gerard continues that he keeps saying polynomial is a favorite gameplay mechanism in games. And he asks, what's the correct way? Believe me, you're not alone. If you have a math background at all, polynomial is a very hard habit to break. I know it was for Tom Vassell as a former math teacher. I think he was a high school level math teacher, or maybe it was grade school, I'm not sure. But anyway, yes, it's polyomino. And here's the way you think of it. You know what a domino is, right? A domino, it's a tile that has, two faces on it. It is the dom means two, as in duo, domino. And so a polyomino it's another tile, and you don't know how many faces are on it. The poly means many. There are many different faces on it. So instead of a domino, it's a polyomino. And that's the way it comes out. I don't know if that helps at all. It's a tough one. Don't sweat it too much, though, because the reality is, if you say, I really love polynomios in games, the person you're talking to, chances are they know what you mean. And if they want to be a dick and say, oh, don't you mean this, and try to make you feel less, don't worry about it, because language, pedantics, don't worry about it too much, man. Anyway, though, continuing on to Daniel. Oh man. Daniel asks if I can read his following question in the voice of James T. Kirk. Daniel, to answer your first question, no, I cannot. This email is going to come up later when Jen shows up because he's got some Jen questions in here too. And Jen is going to be very disappointed. And in fact, I will actually try at that point with Jen there. And Jen will try too. And we will both fail miserably. So you can look forward to that in the later portion when Jen shows up for a few game questions. But so for now, I'm never doing it again. I have no game when it comes to James T. Kirk impressions. And it really shouldn't be that hard. But somehow, it's just not happening. But to your question, is said as in Rahdo voice rather than Kirk voice. All right, if Gloomhaven was a 10 in depth for dungeon crawls and skirmish games, where would I put Primal? Okay, depth. Depth versus complexity is a very interesting topic which I don't necessarily, which is not what you're asking about. But it is still, because a lot of times people say depth, they mean complexity, or they say heavy and they mean depth, or they mean complexity, or they mean some combination of all of them. Depth-wise, let's see. I would say Gloomhaven, first of all, there's no two ways about it. Gloomhaven is a much more complex game. There are a lot more moving parts, a lot more rules. The rule book is significantly longer. There's a lot more you have to keep in your head. With all the different, and it's not to say Primal. Primal is a lightweight compared to Gloomhaven in terms of complexity. Although, to be fair, Primal has some complexity too. Primal is still a crazily complex game compared to most Euros, as an example. But it's still significantly less complex. Now, as for depth of gameplay, I would... All right, if Pandemic is as deep... Or not Pandemic, if Gloomhaven is as deep as it goes, I'd probably give on your 10 scale, I'd give Primal maybe an 8 and Gloomhaven a 10. In terms of complexity, I'd give Gloomhaven a 10 for complexity, and I'd give Primal maybe a 6 for complexity. And it's really, the weight of a game is a combination of depth and complexity. So hopefully that helps. Alrighty. Maybe a 7.5. Primal's really good. It has some really cool ideas, and it's really fun and satisfying the way you can combo your cards together, and there's really great cooperation. But no, I think I'm gonna hedge and say a 7 out of 10 if you're saying Gloomhaven is a 10 for depth. Okay, but I'm going to go 7.5. All right. And I'm going to stop right there because I could keep on. It's close. It's right in that area. All righty. Number 2, a related question. Do dungeon crawls or skirmish games need to be card driven to have depth? Or can a roll X, move X be deep? I think a roll X, move X could be deep. I don't know that I've seen one, though, is the thing. When you say a roll X, move X, I imagine what you're referring to is games like Descent, which are much more Ameritrashy. And those games generally don't tend to feel very deep to me. They feel very complex. One of those games could be almost as... Gloomhaven is a really odd duck in that it is a 10 for complexity and for depth, and it's also the number 1 rated game of all time. And I think maybe it is because of that. Somehow it finds a way to fuse those two things together. But Ameritrashy style games, your Descents and whatnot, they tend to really focus on the complexity. Once you've got a huge hand of cards and all these different keywords and special rules for the way the monsters move around, which to be fair is a lot of what Gloomhaven has going on. But if you strip all that away and you get into the depth of decision making, the strategies and tactics you have to employ, in my experience, they don't tend to be. And now that's not because of the dice, because I think roll to resolve can work its way into depth of decision making as well. I just think those games tend to have so much going on with the complexity, and then they kind of undercut that, or it's not undercut, they simplify or streamline all the complexity by saying, hey, you know what, there's all these different rules you have to keep track of, but when push comes to shove, all you gotta do is roll the dice and do what they say. And as opposed to roll the dice and then do something with them. So I don't think that, roll X, move X can't be deep. I just don't know that I've personally seen them. Although to be fair, there's a bunch of them I have not played. And because they're generally don't tend to be my kind of thing. So that I am not the best person to ask that question, quite frankly. Alrighty, I am not an expert. Do not mistake me for an expert. I play one on YouTube, but I am not. Alright, question number 3. Have I tried the Jagged Earth expansion for Spirit Island? No, and I would love to. I would definitely love to. I would love any excuse to get Spirit Island back to the table. Alrighty, and then finally, then we get to the one for Jen, so we'll be getting back to that once Jen joins. And then we move on to Danielle, saying goodbye to... Oh no, we got to a different Daniel. They're both Dans. So many Dans. Alrighty. Other Daniel says he was getting ready to play Vindication for the first time by watching my run-through. Great video. Thank you, Daniel. But out of curiosity, he went to ranked.rahdo.com to see where it was in my rankings, but couldn't find it. Dun dun dun. Is it not there, or did you fail at the interwebs? No, Daniel. You are one step ahead of most people because you actually spelled ranked.rahdo.com correctly. I think a lot of times it sounds like I say rank when it's ranked.rahdo.com. I wonder if I should make rank.rahdo.com. I should do that. I should totally do that, just so that people will, if they think I said rank, they'll still get it. Thanks for not suggesting it, but still putting that idea in my head. I will definitely do that after I'm done here today. But anyway, let's see. Where am I? Bop, bop, bop. Okay, yes. It's not there because I didn't keep Vindication. Since you're already very good at the interwebs, I'll give you the extra pro tip. If you go looking at ranked.rahdo.com to see how I rank a game and you don't see it there, your next step is to go to gone.rahdo.com, because chances are you'll find the game there. It won't have a rating, but it will have me having written up why I didn't keep it. And as for Vindication, it turns out when I did my run-through for Vindication, I had one thing very, very, very wrong. And of course, it's in there in the Klingon subtitles. And I think the video still does a good job of giving you a sense of the overall feel. But I mistakenly thought, oh man, I don't remember it. But if you go to gone.rahdo.com, you'll see I explained why I think Vindication could be better. And after I realized, we were playing it wrong, it's kind of the same problem I had with Le Havre. I used to love Le Havre, but it turns out I was playing it wrong all along. And when I found out to play it the right way, I felt like, this game is not as good as I thought, and I got rid of it. That's kind of what happened with Vindication. And that's not to say Vindication still isn't great. Honestly, I think the way I incorrectly played it makes it a lot better, and it would just be hard for me to go back and play it correctly. But at the same time, I don't like doing house ruled variants because I'm always worried about the broken balance. So anyway, that's what happened there. If you can't find it at Ranked, go to Gone, and you'll probably find it there. And if you can't find it then, let me know, and I'll tell you. Sometimes I just literally make bookkeeping errors, because there's a lot of games to keep track of. Okay, Ben. Hello, Ben. To which Ben replies, hi there. Alrighty. Okay, Ben's been thinking a lot lately, and he might get rambly, so feel free to paraphrase. I'm totally going to do that, Ben. Alrighty. All right, as an abridged summary of an article Wish link. All right. Oh boy. Oh my. Oh goodness. Okay. Oh yes. Okay, I remember this. I remember this. Okay. Basically, Ben was reading about design practices in old 16-bit era games and how the restrictions you have when you're trying to fit it within a 16-bit cartridge could lead to interesting gameplay innovations. Ben wonders, as a former video game designer myself, who was active not in that era but immediately after, not in the 16. I came in the 32-bit era, I guess, maybe whatever you call the PlayStation 1 era. That's when I started making games as opposed to just playing them and talking about them. He wonders if I had that experience. Did I feel as a designer those constraints and see them as an opportunity or a limitation? And that's an excellent question. I know, believe me, I worked with many designers over the years, and for most of them, I always found it was very frustrating to say, oh, we don't have enough memory, we can't push that many polys, whatever it might be, the technical restrictions say you can't do that. Me, I was always the odd one out because I was like, give me those restrictions. Tell me, I want to know. I love it's weird. I kind of like being put in shackles as a creative. And you tell me what I can do and what I can't do, and then I will work in that. To me, it always kind of felt like you were giving me a canvas that I could paint on. Tell me how big the canvas is. Tell me how many colors I have. Tell me how many colors I can mix, and all that. And then I will do the best painting I can. As opposed to other designers who said, don't tell me about canvases. Let my imagination run wild, and I can do whatever I want. And I don't know, that never worked for me. In part, maybe because I'm not that kind of designer. To me, I felt the most creative when I was coming up with solutions to problems that the technical limitations I worked within presented, and those were always my favorite things. So no, for me, they were opportunities, not limitations. And then you continue on because now you want to relate that to board games. Do I feel that having limitations, like say a Ticket to Ride box volume, or a deck that can't have more than 18 cards because as soon as you go above 18 cards, the cost to print that deck doubles or whatever. Do I think that can promote ingenuity in game design, or is having infinite resources the way forward? I think the exact same thing is true. There was a brief moment of the rise of the micro game, and that was awesome. I loved seeing that. It was so much fun seeing what developers could do with just, and some people are still out there doing it. What is it? The folks who did the excellent Circle the Wagons, which is a game that's just 18, and yet it feels so much bigger than it is. Yes, I think, well, it's out of necessity. Yes, a harsh restriction promotes ingenuity. And, it's probably happening all the time in ways that we don't realize. And it's one of the things that makes me think I'd be a better producer than a designer, because I'd like, oh, this is what you want to do, designer? Let me figure out how I can fit it in our box. But still, I'm sure most designers would rather don't tell me how many poker chips can go in the box, or how many cardboard sheets there can be, or any of that. Okay, let's see. Do I think we'll look back a number of years from now and still feel that a game made with just some cards and shits will be one of the greatest games ever? So you're continuing on. Does the audience demand these big monster boxes with an infinite amount? I mean, I guess that's an interesting observation, right? What's the number one game? I already said it's Gloomhaven. That's a monster box. And the success of that game, and a few others besides, like Kingdom Death Monster, have now spawned an entire industry of just throw more in the box. I like to call them kitchen sink games, because they threw everything and the kitchen sink in the box. And I don't know. Is that a phase? It turns out micro games were a phase. Is the opposite end of that a phase? I kind of hope so. Because there's nothing wrong. Obviously, Gloomhaven is one of my favorite games of all time. But you know what? I rank Shadowrun Crossfire higher than Gloomhaven. And I so respect the heck out of how much gameplay there is in Shadowrun Crossfire, and the whole thing is literally a deck of cards and some tokens. And yet the game, it gives me just as much good feels as Gloomhaven does. I'm not saying that it's a crutch to say, oh, we're just throw more in the box, even though I know a lot of people feel that way. Oh, there's not a real game here, you're just throwing more minis in to compensate for the fact that you've got no game. I don't think that's fair necessarily, but if for no other reason than just keep costs down, I mean, because games are creeping up, and I very rarely talk about game costs because I don't have a foot to stand on. Most of the games I have, I didn't buy. So I don't feel like I have the right to talk about it. But I do think, I personally, if I was, king board game and I could say whatever, I would probably want to impose more restrictions on publishers and say, look, you have to do more with less, if for no other reason than to just keep costs down for the consumer so that more people can find their way to the hobby. Because, it feels like we are getting to the point where, $100 for a board game is not unusual. And now, don't get me wrong, things get more expensive over time. But still, I mean, we could try to scrape back from that. I mean, I respect the heck out of Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion. I think Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion is in every way a superior production feat because they didn't do quite as much. I mean, that game comes with 25 missions instead of 99, but still, I mean, the box is half the size. There's half as many components, and yet you still get the great feels, and it's a game that is much more approachable. Both in terms of its design, but also in terms of the production choices that were made. And I bet you anything that Isaac and company had to compromise on what they wanted to do with their design to make Jaws of the Lion work. And I bet you, even if they might have rankled at it a bit, because I can't do what I really want to do, I've got to work within this new confine. I bet you they're also proud of the solutions they came up with while they were doing it. And I mean, that to me, that's what I'm most proud of as my time as a designer, is solving those problems that seemed intractable. So yeah, that's kind of where I come down on all of that. Interesting question, though. Very philosophical. But then Ben continues. Ben feels like the phrase, "we're living in a golden age," gets used a lot when talking about TV and also board games. However, it seems that the term golden age would indicate a period of time in the past when we're looking back fondly. What are your thoughts? I do believe that's correct. I believe, strictly speaking, if you want to use the term golden age correctly, it cannot apply to a given moment. It's part of the description of golden age that it is a backwards looking thing, that it's impossible by definition to be in a golden age. And sure, that's all fine and well and dandy, and honestly, I don't care. Because if somebody says we're living in a golden age of TV or board games, and you know what? I say it all the time myself because it's true. You know what I mean. And phrases change over time. And I think that's fine. I think in the case, getting back to campaign versus legacy, I think that is important to try to bulk up the clear delineation between those, because that is an important distinction. But somebody just saying, oh my gosh, we have it so great right now, there's never been a better time to be a gamer, if that's really what they want to say, it's totally fine. I get what you mean. I don't suddenly think, oh, you're saying, when you say we're in a golden age, and I could be pedantic and say, well, actually, strictly speaking, what you're saying is impossible because a golden age is implicitly looking back. It can't be a golden age until it's already passed. Who cares? I know what you meant. You know what you meant. The pedantic person knew what they meant, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. And yes, I know, strictly speaking, I mean, there's gold, silver, and bronze age. Although the comic book, they completely jettisoned that. They said, okay, we did have a golden age, now we're in the silver age, and the silver age doesn't have to do with looking back. And I don't know, are we in the platinum age now? I'm not quite sure. It doesn't really matter. All of these things are just synonymous with, oh my gosh, can you believe how great things are? This is awesome. The message comes across, I think. All right. Yeah, semantics is a very easy thing to get hung up on. Okay. All righty. Hello, Matilda. Let me get a drink of water, Matilda. All righty. Matilda is a bit behind on the podcast. Apologize, it hasn't been asked for. Oh, Matilda, if you're behind, you got some catching up to do. There's going to be a rocky road ahead of you. But anyway, are there any anticipation or expectations on my view or for in 2021 for the new game of Tinner's Trail? Matilda owns the previous version, has found memory of very clever mechanisms for production and rarefication of resources, but the scale's only for 3 to 4, whereas the 2021 announces 1 to 5 players. That is very cool. I mean, I would give it a go. You're right, I never looked at it. I've been long aware of it, and I made a mistake in my early days of saying, Martin Wallace's Brass turns out to be a great 2-player game in spite of the fact that it took players to do it. So I went and got his Automobiles game, which also had 2-player variants, and they were terrible, and they did not work. And after that, I said, okay, I'm done with two-player variants. Somebody got lucky with brass, but it generally doesn't work. Well, that's not true. It has worked from time to time on other games. But anyway, I stayed away from Tinder's Trail because of that. So, I don't know. Honestly, I'm sure it's cool. If the publisher contacted me about covering it, I'd probably say yes. But I'll be honest, I'm just not that enthused. It looks really dry. And I do worry. I mean, I'd have to look really long and hard about what did you do to make it a two-player, or even more, a solo game, when once upon a time it was deemed impossible. It could be that it always could have been, and it's just that back in the day, people thought two-player gaming wasn't worth, wasting time on developing. I mean, I guess if it's really pretty, I don't know. I'm just not... I should be more enthused than I am, is basically what it comes down to. But it's not you, Tinder's Trail, it's me. All right, maybe it's still that I'm still smarting from the automobiles incident. Or was it Automobile? I forget. Because Automobiles is the game from AEG. Anyway, though. Mike says, Mike is bad at math. Right there with you, buddy. But my yearly top 10 revisits get less than half the amount of views as my initial yearly top 10s. Right, because what Mike's talking about is I do a preliminary top 10 in December. I do it on Christmas Day as kind of a Christmas present. And then I follow it up with a final in the following April or May. Anyway, so continuing with Mike. Says, don't I feel that I'm doing a disservice to all the games that came in late by significantly reducing the audience that hears about them? Have you ever considered just waiting until I have enough information to do a proper top 10, even if that means releasing a few months later? I think you maybe you have something there, but the reality is, I think if I waited and then did it, there would still be that drop. One of the reasons the top 10 does so well is because I do it on Christmas Day. I mean, for the first time, I did it live this year, or sorry, in 2020, I did it live on Christmas Day, and I was shocked. I had like 5 times the number of viewers I've ever had before on any other live stream, and I've been live streaming for almost 3 years. I do think, and it's at that time that people are very excited. The follow-up basically they do well too, but they do kind of top 10 well, whereas the one I do on Christmas Day does exponentially bonkers crazy numbers above and beyond. So if I didn't do that at all, which I don't have to, and I just wait and I only do one the following year, I don't think it will get the same numbers. It'll do better than the follow-up one, but let's say for the 6 of the 10 games that still continue, that stay on both, because 4 bump out when the new updated one comes out. Well, would I be unfair to those 6? Because those 6 could have been seen by an exponentially, or not exponentially, but a significantly larger number of players. The majority of the games aren't going to change. So is it more fair to make sure the majority of the games that have earned it and continue to stick it get the most viewing? Maybe. And I mean, I think there's no two ways about it. It's tricky no matter what. Here's the way I ultimately look at it, though. One of the reasons I think it's not perfect, but it's for the best the way I do it. I get that initial hit. Those games get a big bunch of enthusiasm. Yes, some of them will fall off when I do the follow-up. That is true. But I'm still just happy that people know about those games. And I'm happy that when I do the revisit, I get to bring in, 2 or 3 or 4 other games. I want all of the games that I think are absolutely fantastic. Because remember, if they fall off, they've only fallen from number 10 to number 11, from number 9 to number 12, whatever it is, depending on how many things. So it's not like those games that suddenly aren't on the list aren't still incredibly amazing, wonderful games that do deserve to be shouted from the rooftop. So what's the harm? Well, I mean, okay, the harm is that, some games didn't get to me in time, and and so they were seen by 2/3 as many viewers. Now, here's one thing to bear in mind. Those view numbers, I can see my stats, and they are a bit misleading. You have to watch a certain amount of time before you are considered a viewer, and a lot of people, that follow-up, they say, okay, I already heard Rahdo talk about most of this stuff. I'm just going to load up the video, look at the show notes, and see, okay, what are the new games? And I just need to know what are the new games, what was out. And that's it. So a lot more people see the follow-up than you think do. So, I mean, that's something to bear in mind as well. Is it fair? Maybe not. But you know what? Is it fair in nature that the early bird gets the worm? Probably not. I mean, does the late bird also not deserve to not starve to death? Sure. But you know what? Publishers can get me those games earlier. Any game, I mean, it has never been the case that a game that I had on my shelf, I by hook or by crook will play every single thing that I think has a shot if it's here. And publishers can get it to me. If they choose not to, then they are themselves choosing to relegate themselves to, oh, this will be covered maybe in the later one. So, I mean, is it fair that the early bird gets the worm? Maybe yes, maybe no, but it still is, and that's the way it works here. And so that's why I do think I like it the most, because the audience wins. They get 2 videos, and they get like, and the follow-up video I always think is the much more interesting one, because I talk about how things shifted around and trends and all kinds of stuff like that. So there's more content. That's great. And more games get spotlight than if I only waited. I mean, instead of only 10 games getting the nod, 13 or 14 games get the nod, and that makes me happy. So that's kind of where I come down on that. Okay, it's a good question though. Nobody's ever asked before. Okay, Tim has the original Elder Sign, and it bored him so much that he didn't actually bother with any of the expansions. But X-Men Mutant Insurrection seems different, and he's curious about it. He wonders if I played Elder Sign. What do I think of Mutant Insurrection versus Elder Sign? Do I think the changes between the two make much of a difference in Elder Sign? Right, so he basically... right, basically, now here's the deal. I guess you must have missed it. Jen and I did one of those secret Patreon-only viewed plays of Mutant Insurrection, and then I talked about it, and I did draw comparisons between Mutant Insurrection and Elder Sign in my January roundup. I talked about it. Also, if you go to Board Game Geek and go to the forum devoted, actually I need to find this. Let's go ahead and look for it right now so I can tell you how to find it. Board Game Geek, Mutant Insurrection. Let's go to that. So if you go to the Mutant Insurrection page, and then you go to the forum page, and then you do a search for Rahdo, but then you have to change the search. This is kind of annoying, because you don't want to search for my name. You want to search for anything I posted, and you do a search for that. You will then find that I posted in the forum, yeesh, that Dice Tower review, an actual summary. I posted a couple times to this thread, not about Dice Tower or their opinions, whatever. I just talked about my opinions because I wasn't sure if I was ever going to cover the game. It's on the first page of a thread. So you can just do a search for this thread, yeesh, the Dice Tower review. Somebody asked me there, and at the bottom, I gave an 11-point bullet list of why I think Mutant Insurrection is better, superior than Elder Sign. So, long story short, I think it's the better game. However, in spite of all that, you're in luck. Because tomorrow, March 22nd, no, the day after, March 23rd, is a Monday, and Jen and I are planning on doing a live stream. And so show up for that and ask again. I'm sure a lot of people will ask those. So you will get to see us play it. You'll be able to see it in action. I'll draw comparisons, all of that. Alrighty. And that was it. You just really want to know about those two. So that's advertising. March 23rd, be there at noon Pacific Standard Time and watch Jen and I take on the role of Jubilee and I don't know who fighting against the Hellfire Club or whatever. Okay, next up we have got Dawn, who says, I came across, came across this during a break at work. Sounds like an attempt to replicate some of the feel of a real convention. The YouTube trailers show avatars interacting with a live Zoom screen above the avatar head. Games available on Tabletop Simulator and Tabletopia and Board Game Arena. Right, so Dawn fast forwarded through the YouTube video quickly, and it sounds like there will be vendor events. Also, it sounds like they did this last year. What is it? Oh, it's in the title of his email. It's Online Castle TriCon 2021 3D Open World. Alrighty, so there is no question in here. Alrighty, but there is a link. So let's go on ahead and take a looky-loo. Alright, let's go on ahead and fast forward. Hey, people can talk about games, and yeah, it looks like they have some kind of 3D world that you can walk around and talk to people. I suppose that's fine. And I'm sure it's going to be an interesting and fun experience to have, but that's not going to capture what a convention is. It's going to feel more like an MMORPG. And sure, I mean, I guess that's neat, but what I think is the best way Have I talked about this? Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do for an online convention, I want to capture that sense of browsing, of walking around, of discovery, and they're actually trying to virtually do that, have me walk around. But I think the better way to go is not try to recreate the real world in video format, but instead try to do something new that leverages the digital format. And by that, I mean, basically, Instagram or other image sharing sites is probably the better way to try, is the better format to use to make an online convention. What I imagine would be a convention where you can play games on those various platforms with other people, and there are publishers there who are trying to hawk their wares. I can imagine, oh, okay, I've paid my money, I've signed in, and what do I get? I get a wall that seems like it scrolls forever of picture boxes, pictures of all the games that are, quote, at this convention, done up beautifully, sexy shots of components and whatnot, animated GIFs aplenty, video thumbnails, and and as I just start scrolling through, it's up to the publisher. In the same way in the real world, it's up to the publisher to make a booth that gets my attention, so I would look at their game. It's up to the publisher to, it's creating this event, and I can start scrolling through stuff. And you know what? Every day, new things will appear. Every hour, new things will appear. And so you are incentivized to come back and see what else comes up. And not only that, one of the things is meeting people, talking to people. So the show organizers get in contact with me or Tom Vassell and have us make some videos. And so you have them and sprinkle those videos. So it's like you got to meet somebody as you were walking around and see stuff like that. Games that I'm interested in. Then what do you know? Hey, then you could cross-link from that to go over to whatever the publisher has put together. And make these things that that I can scroll and scroll and scroll through include opportunities to buy and include opportunities to play. And Jen's going to talk about this near the end of the podcast because I've recorded the end at the beginning, like I always do. She uses, she spends a lot of time browsing stuff on Instagram. A lot of people do that. Instagram as a format, and of course they didn't invent it. There's lots of people that do the wall of images, lots of websites, but that has proven to be a viable and compelling and compulsive way to express lots of information and to browse and discover. And I think that's the better way to go, and nobody's doing that. Everybody, trying to replicate a real-world experience. It's neat, and I wish them the best of luck, but I don't think it's leveraging the strengths of the platform. And if you're trying to do something on a platform, play to that platform's strengths. So that's my feeling. But good luck to TriCon 2021. Okay, Gerald is here and says from time to time he reads criticisms about games that say the problem with this game is you have to keep doing X to have a chance to win. And Gerald doesn't understand that as a criticism. If it's an important thematic action like in Vinos or Viticulture, making wine, or the Magnificent, performing your magic, or Fresco, paint the church, why is it a problem? Is this really a problem that established and new designers should be concerned of? I agree, Gerald. I don't understand this critique either. I don't think it means that, I think, I don't know. I have to admit, I never understand it. You might as well say, man, this game of Go, you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, putting these little pebbles on a board. Man, this game of chess, you just keep doing the same thing, moving these same pieces, they're the same every single time. Man, I just don't understand pool. All you do is just keep hitting the white ball with the stick to try to hit the other balls. You just keep doing the same thing over and over again. To me, it is not a particularly useful observation to make. And so I don't get it either. And I think it warrants a deeper bit of reflection on the person who is critiquing that. Because, yeah, I kind of want to do the same thing over and over in a game because I want to get better at it. I want it to be a skill that I think I can master. If I'm constantly doing different things all the time, that doesn't make any sense. There's a reason chess and backgammon and Go and poker and these games don't need unique player powers to make them good. The game has to be good. And so I don't know. If you wanted, anytime somebody says that, I need specifics because that's just such a broad, hand wavy, almost a meaningless sentence that I don't get it either. So I'm right there with you, Gerald. Okay, Mario is back, baby. All right. And let's see here. What have we got here? Game and show questions. Looking again at my final thoughts for Pret a Porter. Or is it Porte? Why can I never remember? Anyway, Pret, I'll call it. Mario realized that I look further away from the camera than videos of a year ago. Was this because of a different camera, or did I rearrange the studio besides the shelves? No, I have not changed the shelves or this. It could be a different camera. I did. Yeah, in the time I have been here, sitting in this chair in this room for the last, is it almost 3 years now that I've been back to America, or is it almost 2? Time's lost on me. I think it's almost 3 years. There have been 3 different cameras that I talked to. My original Panasonic. Or not Panasonic, my Sony PJ650 I was using for a while. But then when I switched over to OBS and recorded everything with the computer, I switched to a Microsoft LifeCam. But then a few months ago, I switched to a Logitech Brio. And of course, every time I did that, the parameters of that camera changed radically. So it's going to be the camera and the way I position it physically in the world. Alrighty. And you're saying, right, I'm curious. What was it? I look further away. So you're saying I looked closer. That's interesting, because if anything, I've always been trying to get closer and closer and closer. So I'm surprised that but anyway, yeah, it's just a function of changing the cameras. Alrighty, let's assume that if I was going to retire tomorrow, I would still want to play games. Yes, I will agree with that assumption. All right, do I think I would enjoy playing games more if if I had retired from Outer Runs 2? And if so, do I think it would be because Jen and I would have more time for them? I would enjoy playing games more because I could go back to just playing them. Playing games for me is a very odd thing. Jen will confirm when she and I are playing games, we are, I'm evaluating them. I'm not just playing them. I'm also every step of the way thinking, what am I going to say about this game? Because everybody's going to want to know what I think. And and this is the way I used to play video games before I stopped, where it's less about enjoyment and more about analytics. Now, with video games, it was more because it was my job to make video games. And so I was studying my competition to learn how to do better than them. With this, it's a little bit different. It's not quite so intense because all I'm doing is I just need to be able to speak authoritatively and confidently about what I think about a game. So if I could ignore that, if I could play a game knowing nobody would ever care about what I think, because that's a lot of pressure. The fact that so many people care about what I think, and it's why for so long I kept saying, please disregard my final thoughts. My final thoughts don't matter. Please understand, I've only played this game a couple of times. Watch the run-through. See for yourself it looks like fun. I used to say that all the time. I still do sometimes, because it drives me nuts that people think I'm some kind of final arbiter of quality. I'm not. Nobody is. None of us have played these games enough to be able to speak with that level of authority. But everybody takes it because, and I've said this before, nothing makes me happier than only about half of my audience watches my final thoughts. I'd be happy if that number went down to zilch. Because knowing that people are going to decide whether to buy a game based on whether I say I like it, and they're just waiting for me to say that. Oh, it's a lot of pressure. And so it makes me play games differently because I need to be thinking about, well, what would other people think about this? What would this be like if we were playing with more players or less players? I can't just do what Jen does and just say, yeah, I just don't know if I like it. I don't care. If I don't like it, I'll move on to the next thing. If I don't like it, I have to evaluate why. And I have to evaluate, would this be a problem at a different player count? Is this only a problem because of me and my predilections? And to be able to just let all that go and just play. That's something I haven't done for many, many years. And so I think that would be very nice. Okay, Mario was watching a YouTube Live from Rodney Smith, and there was a question regarding pronouns in rulebooks. So Mario asked, what do I think? Should rulebooks use you, the player, they, he, she? And there's several different options. And right, and then Mario continues. If you're watching on YouTube, you can read that. I will just say, I'm a huge fan of you. That drives me nuts. That it's just the obvious way to do it because it's just smart writing. Rule books are dry, boring, dusty tomes. There's no two ways about it. There's no fun to be had there. So anything you as a rulebook writer can do to get me more involved in what's going on, it's only going to make that a better tool. And always referring to, not referring to the player or he or his or she or hers or theirs, but mine and yours. Those are, I don't know, are those action pronouns? I'm literally making stuff up. But that puts me, as I'm reading, subconsciously, I'm reading about adventures I'm having. I'm not reading about activities that other people are doing. And so it's just ridiculous to me that they don't say, on your turn, you will get to do one of three things. This, or this. If you choose to do this, you will go through the following steps. First, you'll do this, then that, and that. And after you have done that, your opponents will have the opportunity to do this other thing. They. And so it's all about you and they. Unless it's a two-player or a solo game. But you get what I mean. That's the way to do it. One, it's just straight up more inclusive. And I believe it works pretty universally, even in gendered languages, which you go on to talk about. Problems with, the being different in so many languages. You mentioned Portuguese, but it's true in French and German and Italian and all kinds of places. So I think just the you gets rid of that. And yeah, I just don't understand why that's not the default rule book. It's more exciting, it's more engaging, and it's more inclusive. That's a triple win. So that would be my recommendation. Alrighty, let's see, and that's it. So we move on to Danny. Danny's never noticed before that Board Game Geek doesn't categorize engine building in any way in their database. And yet, so many games are described as engine building in everyday life. Why do I think so? That's a really good question. I do not know. It's weird. I mean, Board Game Geek for the longest time had their established list that they had made, back when there was only a fraction of the games that come out today. And then a few years ago, Jeff Engelstein, who is kind of a board game academic, for lack of a better term. I think he's an engineer in real life, but he's also a game designer, and he's very sharp. And he and someone else wrote a book trying to categorize all the different classifications of board game gameplay. And Scott Alden, the head of Board Game Geek, thought, hey, this is really cool. He asked Scott, and Scott said, yeah, that's sure. And so Scott made that list the official list of all mechanisms. And somehow, Scott and Jeff never actually classified engine building. Now, I guess engine building, is it a mechanism? I mean, there are definitely problems. Board Game Geek still classifies cooperation as a mechanism when it's not. That is a category of gameplay style. And I don't know, maybe engine building is a category? I don't think so. Because I do think they talk about combos. One thing triggers another thing, and an engine building game is just a game where you build a series of combos that you then purposely fire in specific ways to achieve goals. And I don't have a good reason for why it's not there. Maybe it is. The new list is so long. And for that brief window of time when Tom Vassell and I were in the Corner to Corner show going through them dutifully, diligently, I was constantly surprised by some of them. Because why is this here? Why isn't this thing called another thing? Maybe someday I'll read Jeff's book. And I'll understand. And maybe somewhere amongst all of it, there is engine building and Jeff just called it something else. I don't have the answer you're looking for, Danny. I am equally befuddled. And then Danny wonders if there are other mechanisms that are not yet categorized in BGG. That seems almost all but guaranteed. Hey, no system is perfect. It is tough. Internet Movie Database had the benefit of not coming into existence until after movies had been a part of our life for decades. When did IMDb come online? It probably in the 90s? So movies had been around for almost or over 90 years before IMDb had to come up with a way to classify movies. Scott did not have that same lucky way to go. If Scott were making Board Game Geek from scratch 90 years from now, I guarantee you he'd make a much better list. But we're still figuring it out as we go. We're growing too fast. Okay. Hey, Scott. Scott says, how? Oh, shoot. How did that happen? Okay. Scott's email address is on the screen. I will have to make a note that I have to blur that. Oh, why did that happen? I don't know. But it doesn't matter because you folks can't see it. And by now, if you're watching on YouTube, you've seen I've already blurred it all out so that you could not see his email address. But anyway, I will have to look. Why did that happen? Anyway, though, Scott says, how do you justify putting in 12 hours or so on a campaign game compared to other non-campaign / legacy games, which really is just for the purposes of final thoughts? Scott. And so Scott must have forwarded this to me. But you know what? So Scott must have asked me in a previous thing about campaign games, and then he replied. Yeah, because this is no. He forwarded his original email and put another one, which is why, again, none of this matters to you folks. It's already blurred out. No one can see Scott's email. But now that I'm putting stuff on, I have to be really careful about this stuff. So note to self. Fix Scott. But anyway, to his question, how do I justify putting in 12 hours or so on a campaign game? I don't. And I don't do that on a campaign game. Here's the deal. A campaign game, the game will get a couple of plays, pretty much like anything else. And then I'll do my video for it. A legacy game won't. There's two reasons I will put in more time on a legacy game. One is 100% selfish. I love legacy games. They're my favorite thing, and I absolutely love them to tears. So I want to. And as much as I might complain about it, and I know I complain about it, I grouse about it a little bit, but I also love it. I'm so happy when a legacy game comes along because I know I'm going to enjoy it because I love the gravitas of making permanent changes that can never be undone. It's so great. And I love building something with Jen that will then live on, which is what a legacy game does. I love a legacy. Whereas a campaign game, I did not finish Near and Far, which is a game with a great campaign. Because here's the deal. I played a few games of Near and Far with Jen, and then I filmed it. And I didn't see the rest of the campaign because I didn't need to, because the game itself wasn't going to change. It was going to be the same game over and over and over again with just maybe a few little parameters that are different here or there. The legacy experience promises, doesn't deliver, but promises bigger changes. And here's the deal. It's tricky. A legacy game often, not always, but often radically evolves over the course of the game. Rise of Queensdale is a great example of that. Rise of Queensdale starts out so simple. You're just rolling a couple of dice and flipping some tiles and hardly anything. And by the end of the game, you've got a lot of dice. All the dice have been customized. It is a radically different experience at the beginning than it was at the end. Pandemic Legacy Season 1. Things happen during that campaign that makes it different than regular Legacy. The first few games of Pandemic Legacy play... If that was it, I wouldn't need to finish the storyline to be able to do a video of it. But I had to because legacy games don't always, but they often radically change the rules of the game or radically add new stuff. And so for me to be able to talk about the experience, I have to see what all that stuff is. So that's the practical reason. Because, and it's like I said, it's not always true. I mean, strictly speaking, I don't have to do it for Aeon's End. I just do them because, Aeon's End 1, their legacy campaigns are only 6 or 9 games, and Jen and I love the game so much we're happy to do it. And they don't fundamentally change the game, but most legacy games do. So that's kind of the reasoning. But then, like I said, there's also the selfish reasoning that I love legacy. So if I have the opportunity, I'll take it. So that's why I think a Near and Far. I mean, I would love to go back and play Near and Far. What I will do with the Near and Far is I'll play it a couple of times. We got it, and then I'll just look. Okay, hey, is this going to change? Nope. Okay, there's just different little parameters, different scenarios. The function of this changes, but if it doesn't change much, I don't need to know. Whereas Legacy, I kind of do. If I want to give a full explanation. If I had not played all the way through my city changes and reinvents itself so much in so many radical ways. It would be meaningless for me to talk about it in a final thoughts video, having only played the first mission. But what's a tile laying game? Maracaibo is not a tile laying game, but that's Cloud Age. I played. I think we played that one 3 times. We skipped the tutorial and then we played the first 3 missions, and then I filmed, I think, the 3rd mission when I filmed it, if I recall correctly. I just skipped ahead and I saw, okay, there's going to be some neat stuff that happens, but nothing that ever changes the core experience of the game, which is why I didn't need to play it all the way through to cover it. That's basically what it comes down to. Alrighty. And then, hi, Charlie. Nigel is back with his cutest picture of Charlie yet, which you can see if you're on YouTube. I will be showing this to Jen later. Spoiler alert, Jen will love it. But now, let's move on and talk about Bamboo Bash, which Nigel noted that Shay, my number one contributor for Rahdo Runs Through, did cover it when it was on Kickstarter. And then the Kickstarter got canceled, and my video was removed. And then after Nigel saw that, he saw there were some tweets on YouTube from the designer Justin O of Talk Woodman or Click Clack Lumberjack, suggesting that Bamboo Bash was basically intellectual theft, or it was basically stealing, and then Board Game Geek themselves basically said yes, Bamboo Bash is plagiarism. I was really surprised when that happened, and then the developer of Bamboo Bash tried to defend himself and give his side of the story, and there was a whole bunch of Sturm and Drang, and amongst all of it, I took my video down. And in fact, interestingly, I believe to this day, I am the only person. There were several channels that took their videos down. Mine was the only one that took it down. And I went on ahead and basically I ate the fee because Shay did the work. He still got paid. And I just said, okay, well, I'll just lose the money because I'm going to return the cash to the publisher because I'm not delivering them the final video. And let's see here. So yes, all this is true. All this happened. Right. So. And so you've written a lot, and people who are on YouTube can see, and you're making all kinds of observations about other games and other publishers and other scenarios. You ultimately get to the question you're asking me is: do I feel that certain gameplay mechanisms could or should be legally protected, or is the current practice of handshake agreement, which is basically what Bamboo Bash is in the middle of, resolving a handshake disagreement, enough for the industry going forward? Are there any other games that you feel borrowed heavily from a successful predecessor without giving the original creator due credit? Nigel. Oh, Nigel, let's go back to Happy Charlie. All right, you didn't ask why I took the video down, but I'm sure people would want to know, so I will answer. At the end of the day, what we tried to do when I found out about this, I tried to reach out to both sides, and I got kind of an incomplete picture of what all is happening. All I will say about what's actually happening on the Bamboo Bash question is, it's not as simple as it seems. There's a lot of complex stuff going on behind the scenes, and I don't think there are any villains in that story. But it's not my place to speak about that publicly, so I'm not going to. But ultimately, I still had to decide, was I going to leave the video up? Was I going to take the payment for it? Or was I going to take it down? And I decided to take it down because I was a designer for 20 years. And again, I will not talk about the particulars of this case, but ultimately I felt like, I had to side with the designer, and because that was me. And ultimately, I hope that all the parties can work this out, because folks don't even know half of what's in Bamboo Bash. There's a lot of additional stuff. But I'm going to leave all that aside and get to your real question: is how do I think this stuff should be resolved moving forward? Basically, because what you're asking about is that there was a case a few years ago where there was somebody who blatantly copied another game, it came out of China or something like that, and the original rights holder to the original game said, hey, this is stealing from us, and it went to court and they lost, because what was legally determined, or what is now precedent, is, names, artwork, the text on cards, phraseology, rule books, these are all things that can be copyright protected, but a game design idea cannot. And that's the end result. And honestly, as a former designer myself, I believe that is the correct way to go. I would not think it is right that people can legally protect a game design idea such that, Donald X. Vaccarino came up with the deck building, and when AEG tried to do Thunderstone, Donald X. Vaccarino could take them to court and say, sorry, that he's trademarked deck building. Nobody can deck build without first paying a license fee to Rio Grande Games. Otherwise, deck building literally cannot happen. I don't think that would be right. So I think our current handshake agreement, handshake diplomacy approach is the best thing we can do. And I do think it's the right thing to do because Donald X Vaccarino should not be able to be the sole creator of the core deck building mechanism. And that's what we're talking about here. So the real question that happens with Bamboo Bash is, was enough of a change made with Bamboo Bash to warrant considering it to be its own standalone thing? I kind of think it was, but that's in part because there's a lot about Bamboo Bash that wasn't made public that I know about. And again, I'm not going to talk about all that. And all that stuff was going to come out in the Kickstarter campaign. And there was so much that, at first glance, because they were kind of doing like a drip feed, hey, we're going to reveal more as it goes on, and the run through on my channel didn't show all this stuff. I think, well, based on what Bamboo Bash looks like, I certainly think it's reasonable for people to say, hey, you did not do enough work to make this stand on its own. Like, the example, Thunderstone stands on its own relative to Dominion, even though they share the exact same core mechanism. You've got a deck, draw 5 cards, discard them, shuffle. And, that core mechanism should not be copyrightable or trademarkable or whatever the appropriate legal thing would be. And I don't know what's happening with Bamboo Bash moving forward, but I do think what we have right now is probably the best way to address this. I do think it's important that publishers give credit where credit is due. I do think if wherever possible, publishers should reach out. Even though they're not obligated to, they're not legally required to, I do think they should, because they have the opportunity to. They have the opportunity to give credit where credit is due. And like I said, the particulars about Bamboo Bash, it's a very complex circumstance. There's still stuff going on even as we speak about it, and I'm not going to speak publicly about that. All I'm going to say is, to your question, I think the system we have now is the right way to go, and I say that as a former designer myself, a former designer who has had many. I kind of, in video games, I invented using D-pads to bring up menus. I did that on The Sims. That didn't exist before, not in the way I've done it, and now it's a relatively common thing in a lot of console games that they use D-pad for menu selection stuff. Should I own that in perpetuity? No. Do I mind that other games do that? No. It's totally fine. And and I think that's the right way to go, because I think artists do need to be able to stand on the shoulders of each other with freedom to be able to continue to push the art form forward. Okay. All right, so Thomas says that he hopes we're doing well. All right, he has a question regarding paid reviews and previews. Okay. Oh, yes, I remember this one. When I start my reviews, I always tell Thomas to take it with a grain of salt, because it's a paid service. Unfortunately, when Thomas hears those words, he thinks he takes more than a grain and tends to be very suspicious of the review. Not that he doesn't trust my taste or my impartiality, but it makes things a little weird. Any input? Am I being a bit too gentle on the game because I'm being paid for my opinion? Thomas, it's a very good question. Believe me, you are far from the first person to ask it, and you will note probably over the last couple of months, I have actually stopped saying take it with a grain of salt. Now, I say, hey everybody, final thoughts time for whatever. And before I get to that, please remember this was a paid Kickstarter preview. With that out of the way, let's talk about skippity dippity flippity dippity dip. I don't know why I started saying take with a grain of salt. I just did. It's just a phrase. I use it all the time in real life. And like everything, I never set out to have, hey everybody, be a catchphrase. It's just the way I talk. I say that to people, but it's become a catchphrase. And a lot about my show is just kind of morphed into being, well, it's just the way I've always done it. And it just came that way. I never thought about it. But you are right. The number of times, almost weekly, definitely monthly, that people will say, well, what do you mean take with a grain of salt? Are you saying I should assume you're lying? And it sends the wrong message, because obviously I'm not trying to say that. What I am trying to say is, I guess maybe a more broad way to say it is, hey everybody, final thoughts time for Skippy Dip. But before I get to that, please remember I was paid for this Kickstarter preview, so you should take anything that's ever a paid preview anywhere. You should always remember that it was a paid preview, and it should be something that you consider when you try to decide whether you want to make a purchasing decision based on this. And now, let's continue. That's what I should be saying. I don't say that to take with a grain of salt. It's just I'm saying, hey, you know what? Forget what I'm saying. I talked about this earlier. I was paid to give you my opinion. And I'm still going to tell you the truth. I'm not, and believe me, go look at any of my run-throughs for Kickstarters. I always complain about the problems I find with them. It's very, very rare that I say, oh my gosh, this is perfect and flawless and everybody should buy it. I never do that. Whether I got paid or not is immaterial. But I do think it's important for you to know that because, okay, you trust me. I'm not actually saying it for you. There are so many people out there who are predisposed to assume the worst of their human man and say, oh, he was paid. He's clearly a shill. He's clearly a liar. I am putting that there for them so that they can say, yep, I knew it. I knew he was a liar. He just admitted. Wait a minute. He just admitted he's a liar. How does that work? I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to create some cognitive dissonance amongst the folks who are just fundamentally predisposed to believe the worst of other people. Because believe me, I deal with it all the time. But I have stopped saying it for a couple of reasons. One is, take it with a grain of salt, of course, means nothing to almost 50% of my audience who are not native English speakers. And they say, what do you mean to take with a grain of salt? What is? And of course, they can do a Google search and understand. But still, it's a very English, and maybe probably, I don't even know if it's English or more American idiom. I don't know that I've ever heard a British person say take it with a grain of salt. I think they've got, they touch wood and they use things in anger. They've got their own phrases for various and sundry things. But you're right. It sows the seed of doubt, and it was never my intention to sow a seed of doubt. It was my intention to say, look, if you're predisposed to think I'm a liar, here, consider me a liar. You got me. I got paid. Take it with your grain of salt because that's what you want to do anyway. It was kind of almost a defiant thing, and that's not helping because the vast majority of people, one, don't even care. Don't even hear me say it. They're just waiting for me to start talking about the game, which is why I say it, because people don't notice that there's a little image that appears in the bottom corner saying this was a paid promotional concept. But yeah, it does more harm than good, so I've stopped saying it because it creates confusion. And it's not like there's nothing at the end of the day that I can do to placate those who are predisposed to think that I am morally bankrupt. And this was me talking to them saying, you got me. I'm bankrupt. Take it with your salt. It was kind of me being sorry. I tend to be a sarcastic, snarky person in real life. I really try to batten that down on my channel. But I think this is kind of where it came from. And yeah, it's gone. I don't say it anymore. Still, all that said, please understand, if you are watching anything, anywhere, and the person you was talking about was paid to talk about it, you should bear that in mind, including with me. Now, what that means to bear in mind is think, well, yeah, I mean, I guess Rahdo could be negatively impacted by this. Do I believe he is? If so, I will proceed with caution. Or if I believe Rahdo is a good and honest person and says what he means and means what he says, then I don't have to worry about this. It's just to pop. That's what I want to pop in your head. And take it with a grain of salt doesn't. That's actually a call to action to say, okay, I want you to actively distrust me now. And that was a bad call, so I've stopped doing it. And I asked Shay to stop doing it too. I do think it's important because I do really, I start repeating myself. I keep going. So anyway, that's where I am with that. Okay. But anyway, to answer your question, am I being a little more gentle with the game because I'm being paid for my opinion? No. I am more gentle to games by passing on them. If a game is not good, and I can't find anything good in it, if I think it was terrible, I simply don't cover it. This happens probably, I don't know, a half a dozen times a year where I get the game, I vet it, I think it's fine. It turns out, oh, we don't like this at all. I mean, this just actually happened a couple of weeks ago. And for a game that is on Kickstarter right now, in fact. And rather than take the money, I could have done the run through. I could have, showed what it looks like, and then I could have said, "Hey, take it with a grain of salt." But here's the problem: I would have had to said when I got to the final thoughts, and here's why I think this isn't a very good game, and here's the problems I think. Now, maybe you would like this and that and the other, but really, the developers need to do this other thing for this to be worthwhile. And I don't want to say that, whether I'm getting paid or not. So if that comes up in a game, instead, I will just contact them and say, hey, man, I'm really sorry. We didn't like the game. Here's what it is. Why don't you give me an address for somebody I'll mail it on to? Don't worry, I'll pay the shipping because it was my mistake. You shouldn't have sent this to me in the first place because I should have done my due diligence. I should have vetted this a little bit harder. That's basically where it comes down. That's why, that is how I am gentle to all games. Because if it's a bad game, I'll just say, let's never speak of it again. Because life's too short to be negative. I want to be positive. Alrighty. And, right, also wants to thank me for courage wearing progressive messages. And all right, and for those in need of support, in Thomas's profession, he cannot wear a political message T-shirt. He does have his front yard sign, and he buys his kids' T-shirts from official websites. That's awesome. I love what you guys are doing, and wish more reviewers, publishers, game designers would join this fight. You know what? Honestly, I'm really surprised. I honestly thought when I started wearing BLM shirts, within a few months, everybody'd be doing it as a sign of solidarity. Crickets. I do not understand why the rest of the industry said, nope, not gonna do it. That can be Rahdo's thing. That's not fair. I did see one time the Brothers Murph actually wore a BLM shirt on one video. And I'm sure there's probably a few here and there. But I don't know. I hoped what I was doing would catch on and more people would step forward and say, look, we have a platform. We talk to thousands of people every day. We can put these ideas forward front and center. They're not going to do it. Fine, they're not going to do it. I've now started putting fundraising. I mentioned this right at the beginning of the I'm literally trying to raise funds for good causes, and I've raised hundreds of dollars so far. And hopefully by next year, I can say I've raised thousands of dollars, and that'll be amazing. And I've been waiting, and no one else is doing it. And it's not like what I'm doing is hard. It's just wearing a shirt. It's just pushing a few extra buttons when you set up your video. But I'm the only one doing it, and I'm really surprised. Man, the amount of hate I got a couple of weeks ago when Jen and I did a live stream, and we wore masks. And I took hate for weeks. I mean, how long ago was that? Anyway, and I thought I would hoped it would spur my contemporaries to say, hey, you know what? That was easy. Rahdo and his wife wore masks. Look how easy it was. And you're sending a good message telling people to wear masks and save a life. Maybe we'll do it too. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else. Everybody's on their own journey. I just got to do what's right for me. I'm not going to cast aspersions. I'm done naming names. That was my episode 69, and I've learned my lessons. But I'm really surprised, like you. But anyway, hey, everybody's got to do what they think is right. So, and I will continue to try and do what I think is right. And I occasionally will screw up royally, and then I will try to come back and do even better. All right. And then there is Tuna. Jen has already seen Tuna. Tuna is awesome. Thank you for sharing Tuna, Thomas. Tuna Thomas. Okay. Hey, Nigel. Question about Tiny Epic Dungeons. The Kickstarter campaign has attracted some attention for its problematic depiction of women on the cover. Apparently, some backers raised the issue. Gamelin Games responded by changing the art, to which I say, good on them. Gamelin Games are good people. We all have blind spots. We all can stand to be better and learn and grow. And I believe Gamelin Games stepped up and did so. Anyway, all right, and so Gamelin Games and Scott seem to have been happy to respond to the feedback from folks like Eric Bashimi of Cardboard Horde and Elizabeth Hargrave on BGG, and good on them. I gotta say to both of them, great job on pushing, and Jennifer Shaklabin, I think is your name, Jennifer, of everybody who steps forward knowing that they are going to get a torrent of hate to actually bring these issues to light. Thank you so much for being brave. I can speak to this because I've been doing it for years, and it's hard, and I know I get nowhere near as much hate because, hey, I'm a white dude and I have privilege, and people for the most part will give me a pass on most things I do, but I still do it. And please, if you see it, do it. Step up. Don't leave just a handful of channels like me and No Pun Included and Shut Up and Sit Down to give voice to those who are marginalized. All channels. You can do this. It's fine. The more of us band together, the better. Don't be afraid to bring the world into your channel. You have a powerful tool for good. You can do it. I know you can do it. Sorry, that's just me giving a pep talk to my contemporaries. And it can lead to good results too. Furnace. I mentioned Furnace was, very, overly white. I mean, and they really missed a trick. And the publisher told me, yeah, we redid the art because you called that out, Rahdo. Elizabeth calls out Tiny Epic Defenders, or Tiny Epic Dungeons. They make the change. We can make the world better if we would just speak up. So again, sorry, that's just me getting on my soapbox saying, wear masks in your videos when you're going to play with people who are not a member of your household to send the message to your audience who are mask skeptics that no, masks are important, because not doing so sends the message that masks are not important. And when you see this, and of course, it's not your fault if you don't see it all the time. I often don't see it, and sometimes I do. And when I do, I try to call it out. All the games I've had changed. 5 tribes changed because I called out the use of slavery that the rest of the industry completely ignored. And it's worth doing. And yes, you will bring hate your way, but every time you see something made better and more inclusive, you'll say it was worth it. And I'm sure Elizabeth and Eric would say the same. Anyway, though, continuing on. Gamelin and Scott seem to have been perfectly happy to make the changes. However, several backers of the game have been very vocal about their opposition to this, to the point that it's become less about the cover art itself and more about the principle of whether publishers should feel obligations to make changes when presented with critical feedback. Unfortunately, this opposition has become extremely toxic and abusive to the point that both Board Game Geek and Kickstarter have removed a large number of comments from the respective websites. Yes, and believe me, I've seen it plenty too. I had a few this morning. Rahdo, why are you so political? Because which was the most recent one? I don't know. It's at least a few a month that I have to point out saying, man, this is really missing an opportunity. So, it's again, I get it so small and inconsequential. I mean, I have nothing but respect for folks who step up knowing that they will take on so much more toxicity than I ever get. I stand in awe of them. Anyway, though. Several content creators and even publishers have since wondered whether it would be beneficial to allow Kickstarter creators to remove certain backers from their campaign, reverse any pledges made, and thereby not allow them to provide comments on the Kickstarter page for the duration of the campaign. This could perhaps prevent the common practice of backing for $1, leaving a whole load of hostile comments, and then canceling the pledge before the charge is made at the end of the campaign. Do you think such an option for Kickstarter creators would be a welcome one, or is important for the sake of transparency that anyone who pledges money on a Kickstarter project be allowed to have their say, no matter how disruptive their opinions? No, I don't think that's important at all, quite frankly. I get it. There is complexity here. But honestly, I think it's just the way Kickstarter was set up, and now it's what people expect. If I understand correctly, GameFound, which is now the first true competition for Kickstarter, I believe their approach is that if I'm running a Kickstarter campaign and I end up getting a lot of toxicity and trolls coming into my comments, and on Kickstarter there's not much I can do except just try to fight them, and it's horrible. And you see it so many times. Every month you see another campaign where people are just trying to do the right thing, just getting assaulted by just the worst of the worst. What GameFound does, I believe, is I, as a Kickstarter runner, if this is happening, I can go to GameFound and say, look, I can report these things, and GameFound is maintaining a staff who will look over them, and from an impartial perspective, decide whether what they're doing is over the line or not. And I guess that makes sense because, yes, arguably, because money is on the line, if I'm trying to get $50,000 to make this game, and people are coming in, and they feel... The toxic people feel that they are justified in what they are doing, that they are fighting the good fight in the name of whatever. That's me being dismissive. I said I'm not going to do that. They feel they're fighting the good fight in the name of free speech and the right to do whatever you want and libertarian ideals and all of that. So they are the good guys fighting the good fight. And it puts the Kickstarter runner because, hey, I just need to get these people away, but because they're a poison and they're not doing anything and they're not even making good faith arguments, so I should be able to make them go away. But is that me making them go away because they are literally taking money from? I don't know. I think you probably should be able to do that. Because here's the deal. If they do that, the way the internet works is the internet trolls will take screenshots of theirs. They will be able to express themselves. I am not obligated to give you a platform to say that I'm a monster. That is not an obligation I have every time I try to create something. I'm not obligated to you to give you a platform to say what I'm a monster is. You can go out and find your own platform to say I'm a monster if you want. So, but I get it that there is money involved, and strictly speaking, because there are so many people who are predisposed to assume the worst of our fellow man, which I wish we would not do, that, it's the same thing as that grain of salt thing. So maybe the GameFound way is the best, which is basically what the Board Game Geek thing is too. That if people are talking crap and spewing toxicity about my game, I can report to Board Game Geek, and Board Game Geek will look at it as an impartial third party and decide whether it warrants staying or going. And that, I think, kind of makes the most sense. And strictly speaking, that's probably what Kickstarter should do. That should be a responsibility that Kickstarter delivers, and I don't know if Kickstarter has the wherewithal or the manpower to do that. GameFound is making that a cornerstone of what they want to do, I believe. I could be wrong. And so I think that's great. But in the absence of that, I do think, I think If I'm creating something, I'm not obligated to give you the opportunity to destroy it. That is not part of the contract that I sign. So I think the current system isn't right. Okay. Then we move on to Top, who we will cover a little bit later. So I will skip him because he comes up in some other sections. Top. Top of the morning to you, Top. Alrighty. And then Andrew says, have I ever played an 18xx game? And because Andrew's not sure if he's ever heard me talk about them. The only time I've ever talked about an 18xx game is if you listen to my recent Top 10 Heavy Games Updated, which I did with Jessica Cassidy of Heavy Cardboard. Spoiler alert, one of her favorites on her Top 10 Heaviest Games was the 18xx line. And we talked about it at great length there. And she did her best to convince me that I should try them. And she failed. And I'm still probably not going to try them anytime soon. They just don't appeal to me. Too dusty, too long, too crunchy, too mean. They cross every line I can think of. And so just not for me. But I appreciate that they're brilliant. Just not my cup of tea. And we have the last one before we bring Jen in. David says, do I have any thoughts on a way to shorten the playing time of FAM? You know what? Yes, I do. I think there is such an easy, simple thing that would cut the game down by 30%. And I can't imagine it would break anything. I'm hesitant to commit to that because, as I've often said, I'm not the biggest fan of variants. I would love to hear Freedom and Freeze comment. But here's the deal. Simple home rule to speed the game up. When somebody does, I forget what it's called, the administration action, and they recall their cards, one of the things that happens is, I think by default 2 cards come off the board, right? Is that right? I think so. 2 cards come off the board, and then others slide because, it's that deck of cards that is the timer. Once the cards are done, that's it. Simple. Have 3 cards come off the board. As simple as that. You will be increasing the speed by 33%. And it's just, as players understand that, these 3 cards, instead of, oh my gosh, I only have a little bit of time before these 2 cards go away, all it changes is, I've only got a little bit of time before these 3 cards go away. I think that would work wonders. And I think it might even make the game better. Because I love FAM. It's in my top 10 of the year. I think it's so brilliant. It is a little long. I wouldn't mind seeing a short. And honestly, that was the first thing. If I ever play FAM again, like if an expansion ever comes out, I'm definitely going to give that a try myself because I'm pretty confident it would work wonderfully. And so that would be my recommendation to you, David. Phew. Okay, folks, that is it. We have made it through all kinds of questions, but we're not done with game questions because Jen's going to be back in a second. Although I feel like I need to remind you, remember, things are going to get a little weird because this is the last thing I'm filming. I'm doing everything out of order. When we get to the personal questions, the first half of the personal questions, I will talk about setting up a camera and Jen being off camera and knitting and all this stuff. You won't see any of it because I was an idiot and forgot to record the video. I only recorded the audio. But before that happens, you're going to see Jen answer 2 or 3 questions. And again, she's going to be off screen because Jen doesn't want to be on screen. So she's actually hiding behind the text if you're watching on YouTube. Of course, none of this matters, again, if you're listening on the podcast with a smartphone. So that's what's coming. And I got to start editing. And again, you're going to stick around because even if you only want games, there's a few more games questions coming. And so, otherwise, though, thanks as always for following. More questions at Rahdo.com. And hang on, we'll be right back. Okay, everybody. We are back for a couple more game-related questions. Jen is here. Just off screen, and she's very disappointed because when I opened this email up, she saw up here that says, can I read the questions in the voice of James T. Kirk? And she thought, I'm totally going to do that. Unbeknownst to her, I've already covered the rest of this question. Well, I haven't done it yet. I'm going to be doing it later, but from your perspective, it happened an hour ago. So we're in all kinds of temporal flux here at the moment, and Jen insists,
I think I deserve.
I don't know how to. I can't do a Kirk impression. I don't know why Daniel thinks that I can. But anyway, Daniel had some game-related questions, and he has one for Jen, which honestly Jen is not prepared for at all. And the question is, let's see, for Jen. Let's see, for Jen, since I think
if you
Daniel
had
already,
the power,
are you gonna do it? All right. So Jen asks you. All right.
Honey, Jen,
if you had the power to put your favorite designers to design a game out of there. I can't do it, Kirk. I can't do it. Anyway, if you had the power to put one of your... I cannot do it, Captain. I don't have the power. All right, if you had the power to put one of your favorite designers to the task of designing a game that's outside of their comfort zone, what would you like to see and why? For example, Uwe Rosenberg designing a cooperative game, or Eric Lang doing a low-luck, heavy Euro game. He has done some. Vlaada Chvátil doesn't count since he is a genius and has no comfort zone. Okay, so Jen's going to need some help with this. All right, Honey Pie. I'm going to say your favorite designer is Stefan Feld.
Okay.
Because
I think that's reasonable.
Right, I think that's probably a safe bet. And you know what that means.
Yes.
So... imagine, if you would, that you could make Stefan Feld design something that wasn't a dry, thinky, calculation-heavy, simple at its heart, and yet with so many permutations for all the different choices and consequences for your actions game. What would you like him to do instead?
Why would I want him to do something that
because Daniel makes you do this, so you have to pass that on to him. So what would you like to see from him?
But don't we love his games because he is so good at what he does? I know,
but wouldn't it be interesting to see him do something different? Like I don't remember if you played his soccer game with me, because he did a kids game for soccer. Well, there was
that one horrible Viking game that he did.
What?
What was that Viking game that we were so excited about? It had boats in it?
No, that was Uwe Rosenberg. That was...
oh, sorry.
Hengist. Yes, and that was... yeah.
That's what I feel like you're asking me to do, is to take somebody who's really good at something and make them do something they're not good at.
All right, Daniel, obviously you've opened a hornet's nest. Let me help you out with this a little bit. Here's a really easy one, Honey Pie. Wouldn't you like to see what Stefan Feld would do with a real-time cooperative game like Escape: Curse of the Temple? Wouldn't that be cool?
Okay, yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Now, you come up with one.
Oh. Can't.
All right, Honey Pie. Wouldn't you like to see what Stefan Feld would do if he came up with a cool communal social party game like Dixit?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you do one.
No, I can't. It's all good.
Okay,
whatever he does,
Honey Pie.
I'm going to be happy
Wouldn't you be interested to see what Stefan Feld would do if he tried to do a Gloomhaven-style, big, epic adventure game while still being...
No.
Oh?
No.
Why not?
Because there are too many permutations and little things in here and there, and to have that in a huge Gloomhaven, no. I can barely do Gloomhaven as Gloomhaven.
Yes, but I'm just saying, he would do Gloomhaven in a very different way. He would do Gloomhaven in a Stefan Feld kind of way, where it wouldn't be quite so expansive with a million... It's not like Stefan Feld doing a Gloomhaven would get even more complicated. Oh. Stefan Feld doing a Gloomhaven would be something that gets tightened with fewer things, because he would put more restrictions on you, and it would not have a billion little incidental rules you have to remember.
Okay, then yes.
All right, now you do one. All right, honey, of those three things, what would you like to see Stefan Feld do? A real-time, kind of freewheeling cooperative game, or a fun group Dixit-style communication game, or like something like The Mind, where we can't see, or like, what was it? Hanabi, where we can't see our cards. Or would you like to see him do a cool, Stefan Feldy style adventure dungeon crawling game? Pick one.
Well, I like the cooperative thing that you said. So that would be either Escape or the Gloomhaven one. Mm-hmm. Although
Dixit can be cooperative too. Yeah, I mean, Mysterium is a cooperative version of Dixit, where the clues or code names, is another example of that too.
Okay, they all sound great.
Pick one.
Okay.
Daniel demands it.
All right, the Gloomhaven one.
Right, so the one you initially dismissed out of hand, but now you're like, oh, Gloomhaven without all the extra heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, so that is what you would choose if you could make Stefan Feld bend to your will and make. All right, there you go. Good question, Daniel. Hopefully that helped. All right, moving right along to Gerald, who asks us, which way do we enjoy stories when we're playing board games? A fair gallop, like in Sleeping Gods and Near and Far, or a dash, like in Cloud Age and Maracaibo? Both ways are great, but which do we enjoy more? What do you mean by stories? What does he mean? I mean, all of those are campaign games where we are playing through a story. But I mean, Cloud Age is the fastest game of all of those. It almost feels more like he's talking about gameplay because... All right. Okay, well, a fair gallop, I assume he means more slow and languid. It's bigger, it's longer, it's going to take a long time, whereas Cloud Age and Maracaibo are both high-velocity games where you're in. I mean, they're both games where you only have so much time, and I generally tend to push the game in really quick. Mm-hmm. So, Gerald, I don't understand your question. You're going to have to ask again, but or unless we answer this correctly, I'm going to interpret Gerald's question as, again, he talks about story, not the story of the game experience, but the story that a game tells. So in a game, if a game is going to tell a story, if it's going to have a narrative that we follow through multiple adventures, would you rather... a fair gallop means you can go. Would you like a big, expansive one that's just wide open, it can go in a million different directions like what Gloomhaven is? Or would you like something that's more tight and constrained and constrained and just to the point, just driving towards an end really quickly, like, say, Pandemic Legacy? Because Pandemic Legacy, you play through 12 chapters and it's over. As opposed to Gloomhaven where, we can unravel this thread and see where that leads us and all that. Jen is just looking around at I don't know what. Of course, you folks can't see.
So, what was that game that we played twice and it had the clouds?
We play all games twice.
But we played
Cloud Age. It had the clouds. Go on,
we played with David and Angela the second time.
Oh, that's Charter. Oh, you say, we played through the storyline twice.
Yeah.
We played through 2 instances of Charterstone.
Okay,
we didn't make it to the end the second time. We played through 1.5 times.
Well, that's because you forgot the game.
Exactly, yes.
But anyway...
Charterstone I would liken to a Pandemic Legacy kind of thing.
Okay, well, is that a gallop?
No, I'm going to call that a dash, because you're in. You're going to play through these 12 chapters and it's over. Start, finish. As opposed to Gloomhaven, where, we're following along and, there's this thing, and we could go explore the mountains, and because there's rumors of a dragon. Or we could just stay on the main path we're on. I don't know what you mean, Gerald. I'm guessing, would you rather see a narrative presentation in a game, provided we had all the time in the world to play it?
Yeah. Taking
out the fact that we just don't, because we got to move on to the next game. So ignoring that, if we were retired from Rahdo Runs Through, would you rather play through a storyscape where it feels like, wow, it's just expanding in all different directions. There's so many different things we could do and explore, and every time we look under a rock, here's another character, here's another plot that we could do. Or would you rather have Pandemic, Charterstone, 12 chapters, start, finish, go?
I think if we had all the time in the world, I'd rather have the long gallop.
Okay, why?
Because I enjoy that. I mean, I've read Tolkien.
Yeah.
So, I think I would enjoy that.
Okay.
But having that kind of a game when you don't have the time to really get into the story.
Yes, which again, why we have to kind of dismiss that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, when we play all these Aeon's End, every time we get a new one, it's like, there's going to be 6 chapters. We play it through it. That's obviously the rush. Where, there's no room for exploration. Maybe there's a few choices here and there. So you would rather have the fair gallop.
A fair gallop.
Because a fair gallop means the horse can go a long ways, right? Horses can gallop for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm assuming he's implying there. All right, there you go, Gerald. Let us know if we got that totally wrong and you meant something completely different. Okay, and now we got some random blather from Top. All right. Oh, we did this in the personal. Oh, that's right. Okay. We did the board game stuff. Or we did the... Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I did it backwards. We did all... Right. Oh, my.
Well, that was also personal stuff because we got into parenting styles and everything. I think where it is.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And there's a lot more stuff here. So here's the deal. Top had a question about Dominion and playing it with his kids. And I accidentally read that in the personal section that's coming up top. We're getting into our Top, I promise. Although, again, Top isn't going to see this for another year. Because Top made a point how he's a year behind, and so he's sending a message into the future. Well, you know what, Top? That means you can wait 1 more month for the rest of your very, 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 very long email. So, you've already waited a year for the first half. That's in the Cerso thing where we talk about Dominion stuff. I will save this, your non-board game questions, which has something to do with Rick and Morty, apparently, for next month. Okay, and so sorry for that little confusion there, folks. We'll come back to this when the timelines realign. And that's it for game-related stuff. As always, questions, folks, to questions@rahdo.com. And now we, after a brief break, will be back with Jen, who will continue to be off screen. Oh, I forgot. I didn't mention. There's Jen right there. There's Jen right there. And there will be some mistakes made, but there will be many questions answered right after this. Okay, everybody, welcome back. It is now time for the personal questions and answers, which means it is time for Jen, who is kind of sort of appearing on camera. There she is.
Hello.
Hi, honey pie. As you can see, she is still working on this never-ending scarf, just off camera. Covered up.
Today might be the day, though.
Yep. Covered up by your folks' questions. And yeah, we are just now going to continue with a question from Jack, who is wondering about UBI. He has a couple questions. Would, honey pie, we still be up for UBI if we're required to give up all of our property without compensation, just like any other tax? You wouldn't receive anything in return. You'd just be confiscated and redistributed, utilized in order to fund UBI. It's an interesting thought experiment. Of course, that's not what the UBI approach is. UBI is implicitly capitalistic, and this would be completely flying in the face of that.
That would be communistic.
Yes.
What you're suggesting.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
Jack.
I don't know. Without compensation seems to be a bit of a sticking point. But yeah, I don't think I am pro-government seizing personal property. I would imagine that kind of goes without saying.
And of course, the Soviets didn't just seize everybody's property; they were supposed to give it out all equally. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I think that's Jack's underlying point that, oh, well, of course, UBI could only be funded because it's implicitly communistic. And you saw how well that worked.
Yeah.
And, of course, the whole point is that's not the case at all.
No.
But, I mean, obviously, Jack is couching this as, oh, it's just another tax. Because I imagine Jack is probably very anti-tax, and he's probably one of the taxes implicitly theft, and the government is stealing from us all the time as well. Would be my assumption. I'm putting words in your mouth, Jack. I apologize for that. To answer your question, though, I am pro-UBI in a model following Andrew Yang's much more capitalistic approach. So, no, I guess if the option, in some kind of weird thought experiment, if that option were on the table, that everybody could have all their needs met, and it would mean
The end of private
sacrificing,
property for everybody.
eliminating private property.
For everybody in the world. So let's say aliens came down and we're going to administrate this.
That's literally what we're talking about. Something as far as that. But as a thought experiment,
I think
do you value everyone having all of their needs met so they are free to pursue the life that they want rather than the life that they must adhere to, and which would include, of course, everybody having housing and all that? Would that be worth sacrificing the concept of private property?
I think as long as it was fair,
Yeah.
I would be for that.
Yes, and the problem is, of course, that is implicitly impossible to achieve,
Which
and
the
therefore
Soviets have already proven.
Well, yeah. I have to admit, I don't know enough about Soviet history to say particulars, but yeah, I guess on a philosophical level, I care more about everyone being able to pursue a fulfilling life without fear of starvation, and more than people being able to have private mansions at the end of the day. But it's literally just a thought experiment because what you preface this on, Jack, is fundamentally against human nature is impossible. So I believe in a UBI that actually works with human nature.
Right, and also we're not saying with UBI that no one's ever going to work again.
No.
People will still be motivated to do what they're going to do.
Yes, and many people will still be driven and want to succeed, which is why UBI works best within a capitalist construct as well. So that for people who are driven, they will be able to pursue whatever their goals might be, whatever gives them a sense of self-realization. Question number 2. Would you be for UBI if the size of the UBI check would also require you to live at a lower standard of living than you do right now?
Well, I think we don't live a particularly luxurious life.
No. Yeah, that's the interesting thing is our standard of living is, I mean, our standard of living is...
We shop at thrift stores. And
yes, we regularly
we're
shop
frugal,
at thrift stores, and we still clip coupons.
Yep.
You know, we got a $10 off at Safeway coupon.
We've got to use it before
Now
it
it's time to
expires.
shop, and we will not shop until we get another one of these. That is the way we have lived our entire adult lives. That said, of course, the reality is that we live...
an amazing life.
We live lives greater than the kings of old.
Yep, amazing lives.
And we live incredible lives compared to a ridiculously huge percentage of the population around the world.
Yes.
And so I think, honestly, you know, give or take a little bit, this is off the top of my head, the life we live is probably a good floor. Where we're at, the comfort level we have is, I think, so I guess I'm saying no, because I'm saying everybody should be able to live a life to the level of comfort and stability and support that we enjoy right now. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. We're doing...
I think we're doing better than... So we have some room that we could cut back.
Right, I mean, yeah, okay, so yeah, the question is,
So I don't need fancy
level,
tea, for example.
Right. So yeah, I mean,
so that could be something.
Oh yes, exactly. So would I still be for UBI if the size of the check would require you to live at a lower standard? Again, Jack, I don't think you understand what universal basic income is. Universal basic income does not require that anybody sacrifice anything other than ultra-rich corporations that are gobbling up 90% of all the wealth in the world and hoarding it amongst themselves. It is a wealth redistribution model to ensure that we get back to a standard like what your parents enjoyed. You know, during the roaring heydays of the 50s, when America went through unprecedented levels of growth and prosperity for certain members of society, and unfortunately not for other members. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the question is a little bit off right from the get-go. So UBI does not require anybody to live, but to redirect your question a little bit, I think UBI, the requirement of UBI, not of the recipients of UBI, means that people live at a certain comfort level, and certain basic needs are met.
Yeah, universal basic income.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Which ensures that everyone has a roof over their head, everyone is warm in the cold, everybody has basic utilities, like electricity and internet, and everyone
healthcare
and food, and everyone is free from the shackles of the rat race to say, oh, all my basic needs are met and all the basic needs of my family are met. Now, what does my life mean? What am I going to do with my life? You can still work. If that's what drives you, you can still try to chase that mansion on the hill. If that's what gives you a sense of purpose, that's totally fine. Or you can decide, hey, you know what? I just want to spend more time with my friends and loved ones. I want to enrich their lives and have them enrich my life because that's how I value my time on this planet.
Or I want to have time to raise my own child.
Yeah, or I want to pour everything into making sure the next generation is the best it can be. I want to give my time back to my community. There are so many things that once UBI is achieved, I mean, it's so transformative. It means we live in a Star Trek future, basically. And that's what UBI is about. And UBI is about taking this unprecedented in human history amount of capital that has been sucked up and hoarded,
sequestered away
by an incredibly tiny portion of our overall humanity to the point where they will never ever be able to spend all this money and redistribute it, because there is enough wealth on this planet that everyone should be able to live basic lives of dignity.
Yes.
And that's what UBI is for. So UBI does not require that people stay at, nope, sorry, you must live in this hovel that we built for you. That's fundamentally antithetical to the idea of UBI. Don't forget, Jack, UBI has been proposed by all range of people on the left and the right, because it transcends our normal political, back and forth, left and right squabbling. It is truly our humanity's future. So anyway, I'm very excited about it. I think your questions are misrepresenting it, and therefore they're a little bit off. Alrighty. So, and those were your questions, it would appear. Okie doke. So let's move on to the next one, which I think is Jack is back.
Oh.
Who says, in light of recent high-profile bans on social media sites, this was from back in early February, so Jack's talking about a very high-profile ban, obviously. Am I concerned about the power of Twitter, Facebook, social media in general, over one's ability to express free speech? Yes, I know they have the legal ability to do what they did. It doesn't make something illegal, doesn't make it right. The power to censor people you don't like can be used to censor people you do like. It can be used to censor you. No, Jack, I disagree. Social media platforms are private entities. It is totally within their rights and to basically allow their platform to stand for whatever you want. In the same way that, Jack, you own a house. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm going to assume, for the purposes of this discussion, you own a house. It is within your rights to put any sign you want on your front lawn. And the government does not get to come and say, no, you need to take that sign down. No, actually, that's not entirely true. Of course, there are, you might have local laws about obscenities, or you're not allowed to put penthouse spreads on your lawn, I imagine, for all to see. So there are, so even there, I guess, Jack, you might argue that is censoring you because it's your lawn and you should be able to put all kinds of really obscene, horrific images. And I don't think it's wrong for, for the government. Sorry, this has gone way off really quick as Jack is asking the big questions. I don't think it's wrong necessarily for the government to impose communally agreed upon standards that we have to adhere to. So that's to the sign on your lawn. So then I guess one does have to answer. Does that mean, is it wrong for the government to apply communally agreed upon standards to Facebook? Because Facebook just happens to have a digital lawn that they let people put signs on. I suppose that's the whole point of living in a democracy where we, the people, get to decide through our elected leaders what we feel is right. At some point in the past, we the people decided our fellow citizens should not be allowed to shout fire in a crowded theater because that is, that obviously is directly against the public good. And yes, that stifles free speech. There are limits to your free speech. And so I think the greater good is something that is worth, considering. So I'm certainly, I've heard arguments that, Facebook specifically, and to a lesser extent Twitter and other platforms, are maybe to the point where they need to be rethought of societally, that they're not private entities anymore, that they are more like public utilities. Or, heck, maybe if that doesn't work right, maybe the U.S. government should fund a public utility equivalent of a Facebook. Where we all log in with our secret social security numbers, and it's a government-run one. I don't know. That just popped into my head for the first time this very second. I keep looking at Jen. Jen is staring off into space. She Jack, you literally got her to put down the knitting for this, so she's got some thoughts here. But in the meantime, though, I don't believe that if I, on my YouTube page, want to stop posts that I fundamentally disagree with, that I believe are directly harmful to my community, it's my right to take those down. In the same way, it is the right of Jack Dorsey to take down posts that he believes are directly problematic and harmful to his community being the Twitter. Now, does that mean I am censoring you if I delete a comment on my YouTube channel? Does that mean you are being censored by Twitter if you are banned on Twitter? No, because in both of these cases, these are literally private property. You being allowed to say whatever you want on my channel is you infringing my personal property rights, Jack. And from the previous question, I get the impression you're very pro-personal property, baby. So I look at it in the opposite way. Never mind the fact that obviously when you say high-profile bans, you're talking about Trump being banned from social media.
I would like to just say, Trump was given an interview and 8 people died based on his hate speech.
Exactly, yes. There are reasons that he was banned. And his free speech was not curtailed by that. Oop, I gotta keep my, what do you call it, my screensaver from turning on. His free speech was not curtailed because he's still perfectly free to go down to the public square and stand on a soapbox and talk. That's what free speech rights in America protect. They do not protect you from being able to go wherever you want into anybody's personal property and say whatever you want and do whatever you want. Never mind the fact that, the person we're talking about is perfectly free to issue press releases. He has done so. Those have found their way on Twitter. He is perfectly capable of making his own website. And he can make his own and get subscribers. Jen does it. Go to jennifer.net. If Jen can do it, then anybody can do it. And no one is stopping anybody from doing that. So to answer your question, no. I do not believe a power to censor people has been exercised here. Instead, right of self-determination of individuals and corporations is what is being exercised here. And I would have thought, Jack, considering your political leanings, that that's something you're in favor of. Okay, so let's move on. As always, Jack, it's nice to hear from you. Okay, then we move on to Mario. Unless you have something more to say about that, Honey Pie.
I'm just absolutely furious.
Yes.
So I will leave it at that.
Okay. Yes. Alrighty. Mario says he... I hope I'm still on time for the February Q&A. Well, yes, as I talked about earlier, the February Q&A came way early, and this is the early March Q&A. Sorry, as I said right up front for the confusion, everybody. Welcome back, Mario. You made it. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, no, actually, you were. You're right. You did miss the February, and you missed the March, because I've already got myself mixed up. We're doing the April Q&A right now a little bit early. But don't worry, Mario. I'll get you. Questions at Rahdo.com.
You made it.
We will get to them, I promise. Anyway, though, so you've already gone through your game and show questions. Let's scroll on down to your non-game questions. Alrighty, honey, have we seen the new Mulan movie on Disney Plus, the remake? Any thoughts about it? Yes, we saw it when it first went live.
Yes.
And paid the big money for it.
Did we?
Yes.
Was it $5?
No, it was $30.
Oh.
It was a special thing they do because if we'd gone to see it in the theater, it would have cost that. If you, me, and Mom went and saw a late night or an evening show, it would have been $30.
That's true.
It would have been more with the popcorn and whatnot.
Yep.
So Disney decided, well, hey, we're going to do an experiment and say you can watch it early at home. You can go to the theater and pay $30. You can watch it at home for $30, or you can wait. I forget what it was. You could have waited a month, and then it becomes just a regular thing. So that's what they did, and we tried it. And honey, what were your thoughts?
Actually, if that is, you didn't tell me that we were.
No, I didn't. Well, you didn't need to know.
Well, I think that's interesting. Actually, yes, I think that was worth. I think that was worth $30.
Really? You liked it that much?
Well,
I heard you not liking it that much.
No, it's not that I liked it or didn't like it.
Okay.
I like the idea. Mm-hmm. I love being able to sit at home in the comfort of my comfy chair with my puppies at the ready, and I love not having to go out in public and watch a movie with other people.
Regardless of what going out in public means at the moment, yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what was the other? I mean, Soul, that got released on home video early as well. But that one, you didn't have to pay $30. That was just, hey, as part of the subscription.
Oh.
I just realized I keep looking off. Well, folks, if you're watching this on YouTube, it's just going to be weird. Anyway.
It's me. I'm over here.
Yeah, Jen's over there. I thought I'd be looking at the questions all the time, but instead I keep looking at Jen, looking away from your questions. I'm turning my back on your questions. And of course, if you're listening to this on the podcast, none of this makes any sense. Apologies. All right, still experimenting with this whole way to do podcasts. So even though, I mean, you were not that keen on the movie, I think you thought it was just, okay.
Yeah, it was okay.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, you're like, I can't believe we paid $30 for that. You didn't even know we paid.
Well, I think it was and we do have to support our makers, you know. So yeah, I mean that wasn't cheap to do, and I think it's fine. I'm in support of it.
Okay. So you're all right. So you don't mind that we paid $30 to see a movie that at the end you're like, that was fine.
Well, we would have gone and paid $30 or more
Exactly.
in the theater.
Yes.
And I still would have been, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, and this was in the convenience of my home. No parking issues.
Right.
Yeah. It's
So
good.
anyway, that was your thoughts about the pricing structure, which I honestly, folks, I just didn't tell her because I didn't want that to. I mean, heck, I thought it would taint her opinion of it, thinking I can't believe I'm paying $30 for this. When in fact, actually, it probably would have made her more appreciative of it. It sounds like. But do you even remember the movie? Because we saw it months ago now.
Yeah. Well, obviously I know the Mulan story.
Yes.
But it was a little different with her. Live. I mainly remember a lot more jumping around.
I suppose, yes. What do you mean?
And of course there was no Mushu.
Right, yes. There
So-
was. All right, so
What are you asking me?
I'm asking. Oh no, I'm not asking you anything. Mario is asking your thoughts on the remake, not on the distribution method of the remake, but the remake itself. Mario is still patiently waiting, and he's been waiting since February 2nd.
And now we've just faffed about for an additional 3 minutes.
Yes.
I guess I don't remember it well enough to be able to say. I really liked the original Mulan. And I remember not liking it as much as the original. So I guess there's that.
And I also didn't like it as much as the original. Obviously, we're big fans of the musical format. So, and I don't blame them for, let's just have some musical tidbits here and there. Of course, there were all the problematic elements behind, the making of it with the Uyghurs and all of that. But putting all of that aside, I thought it was a handsomely produced movie. What I really appreciated, as I've appreciated for the most part with all of the Disney live-action remakes, was the humanizing of the villains. I thought that I thought there were good moves made. I don't think it was nearly as well done as they did in Aladdin, where Jafar was a very sympathetic character, and the parallels between Jafar and Aladdin I thought were really interesting and an intriguing wrinkle to a story I knew so well. And I feel like they kind of tried to do the same thing here, but it didn't work quite as well. On the other hand, I was just so happy to see Jason Scott Lee. Where has he been for decades? Because we both love Rapa Nui. I mean, that's an amazing movie we always loved, and I thought he was great in the old Bruce Lee, and so it was great to just see him on screen as well. And of course, it was wonderfully put together. It probably needed to have half an hour shaved off, quite frankly. I think it was a little bloated. Or instead, hey, put an extra half an hour on and then literally use the digital format and release it as 3 individual episodes of a miniseries. And then it probably wouldn't feel bloated anymore. That probably would have been a smarter way for them to go. Then I got to keep that screen alive. Alrighty. So anyway, next up, I have mentioned that I watch YouTube at 3x speed. Doesn't that make me dizzy? Right. It's a good question, and I should say, for the most part, I watch probably 80% of everything I watch on YouTube at 2x speed. I will go down to 1.5x if I'm listening to somebody with like maybe a really thick accent that I really have to struggle to listen to. I listen to myself at 3x speed, but that's in large part because I know my rhythms and intonations. I originally said the stuff, so it's very easy for me to parse myself. There are other channels I'll listen to at 2.5 speed if I think they're just really slow talkers, or if they're really good enunciators. So sometimes I go to 2x, and occasionally I'll go to 3x speed. But the main thing is 3x speed requires me to really focus so that I can pick it up. I'm to the point now where I can pretty much listen to the background of almost anything at 2x speed and pick it up and understand what's happening or what's being said. So doesn't it make me dizzy? No, but it's not as simple as I watch everything at 3x speed, and I've been doing it for years now, and it just takes a bit of getting used to. I suspect if you give yourself time, Mario, stick at the 1.25, you'll be able to work your way up to the 1.5, and then you'll be able to work your way up to the 2, and then the whole world will seem like it's moving in slow motion to you most of the time. Right. Okie doke. Did I check out the new State of X-Men After the House of M, Powers of M from Jonathan Hickman? What are my thoughts? No, I didn't. X-Men are fine. They've never been my favorite thing. After it was the third Secret Wars that basically prompted me to I don't read Marvel comics anymore. I stopped because it was their New 52. It was their Crisis on Infinite Earths, and I was very disappointed to see that after my entire lifetime, Marvel had never done a reboot like that, and so I felt like there was continuity at all times, and it gives everything more weight now that they could systematically. I know they say, oh no, everything still happened, but kind of sort of maybe in a different way in some cases. It was already a problem brand new day with Spider-Man that already got me queued up to leave, and then Secret Wars 3 made okay. I mean, the Marvel universe, the Marvel Comics universe that I followed my entire life since I was a little kid doesn't exist anymore. And so Secret Wars 3 was a good stepping off point for me. And I haven't been back. So, and now Walking Dead canceled or ended, and we're still waiting for more Saga. So these days I'm not really reading comic books at all anymore. So that was a bit off, but yeah. I'm just, maybe someday I'll read the House of M stuff and whatever's going on. But like I said, I've just never really been intrigued or engaged. That's not entirely true. When I was very young, I had a couple of little like mini black and white books that were like little precursors to trade paperbacks of the all new X-Men when they were all introduced and they went to Krakoa Island and fought dinosaurs and all kinds of silliness. And as a kid, I read those a lot. But that's really the beginning and end of my X-Men fascination. So yeah, sorry I have not dug in any further. Alrighty. And right, and then you've asked some more questions, but you did say, I remember, that if I didn't want to hit those, I don't have to, so I'm not going to, and we're going to move on to the next one. Okay, and thank you for letting me skip those ones, Mario. After episode 69, I mean, obviously you had asked those questions before episode 69 came out, and more importantly, episode 70, so I don't think there's any reason to relitigate all that stuff. Okay, Gerard. Hello, Gerard.
Hi, Gerard.
Hi, Gerard. This one's for Jen and hobbies. Right. Gerard knows that Jen likes tea and knitting. She literally was just drinking some tea, and she had to put down her knitting to do that. Okay. Once you start having to do it for other people, it's not as much fun anymore. Oh, yeah. So Gerard's using an example. He loves Lego. When he was 4 or 5, he started playing and building. Now, he does voices and makes stop-motion clips. Why haven't I not seen this, Gerard?
This is so cool.
I had no idea. People say you should start a channel. Wait, wait. Oh, okay, you've just been doing it for fun. You have not made it a channel. All right, I should. People tell you should start a channel, but then you'd be worried it wouldn't be fun anymore playing board. All right, playing board games is pretty upscale, though. Do you think this would?
Do you ever think this would? Right. Did you ever think it would be this big?
Right. So I thought Gerard was going to stick on the Lego thing, but no. What's the question here?
He's wondering if you ever thought that the video of the board demo stuff would ever be big.
I was ready to talk about your Lego videos, Gerard. I want to see those.
Would you send us one little clip for next time?
Yes. Next time you send a question, because you're a regular questioner, just send one of them as an attachment, and we'll play it for the folks. The same way they get to see the dog pictures.
Yeah.
That would be fun. But anyway, so you zigged completely away from your opening. I thought this was going to be a completely different question.
Yeah.
And did I ever think Rahdo Runs Through would be as big as it's gotten? No. But that is because I didn't think board game videos would be as big as they've gotten. I was relatively confident then when I started out that I would be successful within the confines of what success for a board game videographer meant. What I thought that meant was I would be successful in my original goal of getting publishers to send board games to me to cover.
Yep, for
which
free.
is the only reason we did it, because I wanted to continue to have $3,000 or $4,000 worth of board games come through our door every year. And but with our early retirement, we couldn't afford to do that anymore. For folks who don't know, that's why I started doing Rahdo Runs Through, because hey, we're retiring way early. This is very scary. We can't buy board games anymore. I know. I'll start filming them, and I'll become popular, and then I'll get review copies. That was the level of success I thought I was going to get. And I did. And, but of course, I didn't realize, I mean, I guess on some level I did realize board games were going to continue to grow in popularity. I mean, that's kind of a given that, I mean, it's obvious because they're so amazing. And it's just a problem that the world doesn't know about them yet. But the world will eventually know. And they will continue to grow and expand. And it's going to be awesome. But I guess I just wasn't thinking about that. I didn't think that I could literally, well, and to be fair, I mean, I'm very, very lucky. I'm like one of you could probably count on one hand the number of people who literally make their full-time career doing this, without supplemental income some other way. I did not expect that. But I didn't expect that I would need to. But I didn't expect I'd have to move back to America and pay ridiculous amounts of money for private health care. And I didn't have to expect that my dad would die so early and I'd have to help support my mom in her goal. I mean, there was a lot of stuff we didn't expect. And I'm very, very happy and very, very lucky that Rahdo Runs Through was able to pivot away from what it originally needed to be to ensure that I didn't have to go back to my old career, which is something that may very well have had to have happened because, hey, life throws you unexpected curveballs from time to time. So, did I think it would be as big as this? No. But again, I did think I was going to be successful. I just didn't realize what success was going to mean. Right. And then, besides Tom Vassell, who else was doing board game reviews when I first started? A bunch of people. Although nowhere near, I mean, today you've got hundreds and hundreds of channels to choose from. Back then you probably had dozens. And, geez. If I start listing people, I'll forget people, and that'll be rude. I mean, there's people who are still at it today. Undead Viking, Joel Eddy still does the occasional video. Back then, Jeremy Salinas was doing Dragon Strike. Now he's Man vs. Meeple after he took a year or so off. And, I mean, there are so many wonderful folks. I remember there was this Australian guy named Tim I really liked. He just stopped. I probably still subscribe to him. And there were so many great channels, doing really interesting stuff. Of course, there was Scott Nicholson, who really kind of got the whole thing. MeWe, Michael Visner. I recently saw him starting to do some stuff again.
Yeah.
Jen remembers MeWe.
Yeah.
But again, back then, instead of hundreds like we have today, it was dozens. And I basically subscribed to everybody and followed everybody. And, yeah. But I do not have an exact number of who else was doing board game reviews. And I don't know, is there any way you could track that down?
I guess you could go to the Wayback Machine and...
I guess, but what would you search for? I'm not quite sure. So
know.
Yeah, there was definitely. I mean, but, of course, Rodney was there. Rodney, I think, started 9 months before I did or something like that. And it's interesting, somehow I didn't see Rodney's videos. If I had, I might have never started. Because when I started, I thought, hey, nobody's actually doing playthroughs. And remember, Rodney's called, even though you wouldn't know it today, Watch It Played. And he started out not doing rules videos, he started out playing games. And I thought, oh, well, look, he's doing that, I guess I won't do it. And actually, I think MeWe was started before me by a little bit as well. So, yeah, I mean, I got in just at the right place at the right time. Alrighty. But enough about me. We want to hear more about your Lego videos, Gerard. Come on, man. That was just cruel. That was a terrible tease. Alrighty, let's move on to, I gotta scroll down to Tai Chen, because I couldn't tell from his email address, which is alright. Okay. Hi, Richard, says Tai. Have you read Robin Giangelo's book, White Fragility? Why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism. No, I have not. Ty continues, I recommend it. Think you'd get some useful concepts. It isn't a long book, only 154 pages, but the topic is heavy. Here's a link to Amazon. I appreciate you wanting to learn more, educate yourself, and use your platform for good. Honestly, anyone who is white or can pass as white has work to do if we want, as humanity, to have equality. I say this as a mixed race, Chinese, white, Americans who have experienced discrimination, but also recognizes I have benefited from my white privilege. I, too, am working to educate myself on these issues. I don't know how I can make society better, but I think the first steps are acknowledging racial inequality still exists in the U.S. and globally. It's amazing how that even has to be a first step, but you're entirely right.
Yep.
2, doing inner reflection on how I might be contributing to that problem. I'm right there with you, Ty. Even just being passive. That is where I've been now, unbeknownst to me. And of course, I talked about this a lot in the last podcast. So I'm right there with you again, man. I hope my reading recommendation is helpful. I continue to value your contributions to the board game community, your striving for self-improvement, and ongoing efforts to address inequality. Thank you, Ty. That will go on the list. Jen, I have not read a book. The last book I actually read was The Road by Karthik McCormick. By McCormick. Karthik McCormick, I can't think of his name. The Road. And that happened because when I was still at, at Splash Damage, working on Brink, we got some promos. We were always getting promos, t-shirts, and stuff like that. And we got, like, e-readers The Brink-themed e-readers. And I got an e-reader, and I thought, oh, wow, this is really cool. Okay, I'll give it a try. And I started reading some books, and I read The Road, and I was in the middle of reading something else. I don't remember what it was now, but I loved it. It kind of like rekindled my passion for reading in a way that I hadn't had since I was in college, really. And I had to make a business trip, and I was in the process of reading something on my little Brink e-reader, and I had to pick up my luggage at the airport, and I just put it down for a second, went and got my luggage, and when I came back, it was gone. And I haven't read anything since. That's neither here nor there, and obviously has nothing to do with your very kind recommendation. But yeah, these days all I read is board game manuals and board game content online. Jen recently told me, you have to read this book that she had just finished. It was, I don't know, some science fiction book, or
just another one of the future tech books.
Yeah, a high concept future tech book that she really, and so that is on my list. I promised her, okay, honey pie, I will break my reading moratorium. I will read this. And I've got yours there. That is on the list too, because I appreciate the recommendation, Ty. Thank you very much.
Actually, I would like to read that too.
All right, and so that's going on Jen's Kindle list as well. Okay, and moving right along to Captain Rob. Captain Rob just watched episode 70, longtime Patreon Kickstarter supporter, and been watching my channel since my run-through of Hawaii. Which, Rob went out and bought it. Rob, like me, is a straight white man, empathetic, in his 50s, who's trying to... Right, so Rob and I are separated at birth. We are carbon copies of each other. First thing Rob wants to say is thank you for being so open about your life and things that we think. It's something that most of us would never want to lay out for the world to see in such a raw way, and yeah, it is hard. You and Jen are very brave to do it. It also makes your channel much more than a board game channel. In episode 50, you talked about letting people express their 70, yes. I make goofs all the time. What does that mean? It clearly says 70 right there, and I read 50. Why did I read 50? There was no 5 anywhere. In episode... because he just said earlier that he's 50. So 50 is still in my head. I transposed the 50 from a paragraph ago to the 70 now and read it as 50.
Yeah, there you go. Just showing again how your brain works.
Crossed wires. Yep. And probably every time I make a goof in a run through, it's the same thing where I'm just transposing something I was thinking about 20 seconds ago.
Yep.
In episode 70, I talked about letting people express subjective feelings without trying to debate them or convince them they are wrong. This is one of the more difficult things that Rob has also been working on. Oh shoot, I'm reading this verbatim. Should I read this verbatim or should I read it?
Yeah, you had that thing last...
Yeah, actually the overwhelming majority of folks said, read it, transcribe as you go. So I haven't been doing that. Rob, I'm transcribing midway through. This is one of the more difficult things that Rob has been working on. And like me, Rob quickly goes into debate mode whenever confronted with others' opinions. After a lot of work on Rob's part, he's finally come to the realization that using logical, reasoned arguments doesn't actually change many people's mind. Yes, Rob. It took me a while to get there too. Even though it's been a cartoon meme forever. I don't know why the cartoons didn't make it clear. People form opinions emotionally and through groupthink. Also emotionally from fear of being on the outs with the group. Then they selectively find facts and rational arguments to justify their beliefs they already have. Rob's been had a lot of political debates with his parents, who are Trump Republicans. The Trump years really exposed this emotional decision-making that Rob's parents and others were using. The contortions that Rob would hear from them have to make to have some sort of consistent rationalization for their support of him was amazing. Trump's greatest skill is using emotional arguments without worrying about facts or rational arguments. Once he has you feeling something or fans the flames of latent feelings you might have already had, then he has you. And his political media supporters will do the work of building arguments to defend those positions.
Yes.
So Rob says, my insight into letting people express their subjective feelings and truly listening is important. Rob has to meet people where they are. Rob's been trying this with his parents and trying to find what underlying emotions are driving them and not dismissing the subjective emotions as wrong. It's the next step that Rob is stuck on. He's getting pretty good at making rational arguments, but emotional ones are not really Rob's forte. Spock and McCoy vibes are there going on there. So Rob's question is, Rob, before I get to your question, thank you so much. And I can't tell you how much it touches me because episode 70, the amount of response I got from folks like you who said, Rahdo, I was just like you. I thought everything you said was right. I thought you were just, having interesting academic debates, and I realize now that what I have done, it diminishes people, and I've been doing it my whole life. And and so thank you, Rob. It means a lot to me. Anyway, so Rob's question is, has Jen or I, have we discovered any effective ways to actually change people's minds on something that they have a strong opinion about, anchored by an even stronger emotion, or should we stop trying so hard to change people's minds and just live by example? I don't have an answer for you there.
Here's my thought.
Jen has a thought, though.
I have a thought.
I'm going to get a drink of water and try to collect myself.
Okay. Yeah. So people who are, who I guess you'd probably say, my husband would say, have been lied to their whole lives, so they believe a lot of this stuff that Trump is saying.
Yes.
Those people...
And I just want to add to that, to be a bit more inclusive. The people who they've been lied to their whole lives are not bad people. Your parents, your pastor, your community leaders, who have all grown up believing a certain perspective on the world that they have infused in you, and that lets you be someone who would
support Trump.
Who would support Trump, quite frankly. And I'm sorry, and
we don't mean to be attacking.
Yes.
I'm just using this.
Well, because this actually came up. I think there's another question coming, and so I guess we'll get to it there. But Jen and I probably we were so when somebody asked in episode 69 about the Capitol riots, we got pretty heated, and I apologize. Please, all right, anyway, we'll get to that in a second. Anyway, continue, honey pie. Sorry.
Right. So what I wanted to say is that people who have a certain mindset,
yes,
and there is no way to get through to them unless you show them a different way. And that's one of the things that I think UBI is so important for, because politicians have been lying to all of us, all of our lives. We have been the brunt of people who want to make money and stay in power. And whatever it took for them to do that is what they did, and kind of screw the rest of us. So I'm not saying that I blame people who have been downtrodden and who have been lied to and who have lost their jobs and who have lost entire industries in their towns and all of that. I am so sympathetic to that. But all of those people are now behind Trump because of the emotional reasons. Now, if all of those people got UBI instead, and their lives were made better by someone, and their concerns were listened to, and they were allowed to grow and change and become better people and do the things that are important to them, and then they go, oh, this is brought to me by UBI.
I wouldn't say better people, maybe more informed people, or more...
I don't mean better meaning...
Yeah.
I just mean, I know what would make me a better person. And that would probably be, say, gardening more, or being out in the outdoors or whatever. That's what I mean by a better person. You mean live
better life?
Yeah, have a better life.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean better
Yeah, you're a bad person,
me,
you have to be a good person.
Anything.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that you get to live your life according to what's important to you. That's what I mean by better. Yeah. I think that this is the only way forward to changing people's hearts and minds, is to let them actually benefit from the riches of our planet and of our society, and allow them to become the people that they would like to be if they were not constrained by the shackles
Yes.
of having to work minimum wage jobs. And try and raise their children at the same time and try and feed them, and or maybe 2 jobs or whatever. So I think that this is the only way, and it's showing rather than saying. And the showing is showing that there is abundance.
With Biden's election, there was lots of, how can Democrats reach out to Trump supporters? How can you bridge that gulf? Especially because of the lopsided makeup of the Senate and the way our electoral college works, and how there's kind of a built-in advantage for conservatives. How do we reach out? And the way you reach out is not by talking to them; it's by doing stuff for them. It is by making good on the promises that you make. And the relief bill that just went out, the savings that a lot of people are going to get on their health insurance starting April 1st. We were just looking at that up ourselves, because we need to know what we're going to have to do on April 1st so that we can get better subsidies, so that our healthcare costs can kind of get a little bit under control and all of that. And that's, to answer your question, Rob's question, how can we change them? Is it just by living by example? I think that's what it is. We can talk the good talk, but until we walk the walk, and that's the best thing we can do. So when I put out episode 70 and I talked about the journey I'm on, it is to open eyes and show, look, this is not about, I said in that episode, this is not about anybody else. This is not about any external pressure I'm feeling. This is just about me and the journey I'm on, trying to learn to be a better person because I want to be the best person I can be. And so that's trying to lead by example. That's why I've always been wearing the shirts. That's why I've started doing fundraising on my videos. And I'm so happy to see I've raised hundreds of dollars for really great causes that are directly improving people's lives. It is all about that. It's not saying, it's doing. Because you're right. An emotional argument cannot be overcome by a rational argument, and in the meantime, the fundamental problem, which is one of the big lessons I learned, is engaging in those academic rational debates. It will not achieve anything for your target, but what it will do is, for all the people who you believe you are speaking on behalf of, it will make them feel othered and minimized and diminished, and they will not feel safe because you, instead of giving them full-throated support, you are engaging in debate tactics, which is what I did in '69. And so, yeah, I mean, these are lessons that I'm almost 52 years old. You'd think I would have picked this up by now, but I'm an old dog. I'm still learning some new tricks here and there. All right. You have anything more on that, Honey Pie? Because Rob has final words he wants to say.
Well, do you agree with what I said?
Yes, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to reinforce that too.
Okay.
It's all about concrete, specific stuff.
Yeah, and following promises, which, if you've been lied to because people have promised you stuff for your whole life and the politicians didn't come through, then of course you're not going to believe.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more sympathetic to the plight of politicians as well, but that can be a conversation for another day. Mm. I mean, I've driven many people nuts by saying, I don't know that Ted Cruz is an actively bad person. I believe, to a large extent, I may be rethinking it now, but after the events of January 6th. But up until January 6th, I always held the belief that no, he just really firmly believes these, and he believes he's doing right. And so I'm a little bit. But anyway, that's just getting back into academic stuff. But we'll let Rob finish it because he did say, please read this to the audience. I do not want to read that. Honey, could you please read this? Because I feel... All right.
Okay. Thank you, Richard, for being a fine public example. Someone who is actively open to learning and growing as a human being. We need more people like you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
That's
all right.
Nice.
Alrighty. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on now to a dog picture.
Yes, a dog picture.
Pictures.
Oh, 2 dogs.
All right, which, as always, folks, you can go to dogs.rahdo.com and see these wonderful pictures of Sonic and Sprecher. Alrighty.
Awesome.
Alrighty. Oh, and Rachel says, please keep reading the Rahdo way, which I just realized halfway through the last one I wasn't doing. Right. So anyway, there is Sonic and Sprecher. Don't know which is which. Is there just one picture? Nope, there's more. Oh, Sonic and Sprecher getting some sun.
Oh, sunshine.
That's very nice. Again, you can see Sonic and Sprecher and other dogs besides at dogs.rahdo.com.
Or in this podcast, if you happen to be watching it.
Yes. Or, yeah, if you're watching on YouTube rather than listening on your smartphone or what have you. Okay, thank you, Rachel. That was a wonderful palate cleanser, especially because the next email is titled Episode 670 and Growth. Dear. Here we go. This is from Lucas, who emailed recently to say that he agreed. Actually, yes, I saw Lucas actually had an immediate reply to 69 saying, good job, Rahdo. Really appreciate you saying all this stuff. I agree. I'm not doing that one because a few days later, after I released episode 70, Lucas sent this one saying, I emailed you recently, Lucas emailed me recently saying that he agreed with me what I'd said in 69, and since come to realize that Lucas has also been blinded to some degree by his white privilege, and Lucas now completely agrees with everything I said in episode 70. and honestly, Lucas and Rob and everybody else who spoke up, on the YouTube comment channels and said that, what I'm going through, you were able to recognize in yourself you're doing the same thing. That is just so gratifying. Thank you so much. Anyway, Lucas recently had his own situation where he was shown his own ignorance. If you could see Lucas's email address, which I will not show you, his game design company was Albino Yeti Games. Lucas had the nickname Albino Yeti for almost 20 years, for the past 20 years. He got the nickname because he's extremely white, though not actually albino, and started growing a little bit of a beard at 15. So his friend said he was starting to look like a Yeti, an albino Yeti, and the name stuck. Right, so that's a good origin story for a name. Lucas was aware the medical disease of albinism, and that it can have an adverse health effects on a small portion of the people who have albinism. Never thought the word albino would be offensive to anyone because it was because just everyone's. It was just about everyone views it as simply as a lack of pigment in a person or animal, and Lucas thought the same. But Lucas recently posted some of his logo ideas on board game Facebook pages for feedback, advice, ideas from designers and gamers, and a few people brought it to Lucas's attention that some people may be offended by the use of the word albino, and it got Lucas thinking that perhaps that was not a word he wanted to use for the company. Lucas thought about it this way. Lucas's kids will accidentally do something like hurt the other kid or break something. And they'll say, "I'm sorry, I didn't try to." And Lucas will say to them, "I understand you didn't try to, but you have to try not to." I didn't even take my own advice when choosing my company name. A little while after those two people told me, or told Lucas, that people might be offended by the company name, Beth Sobel, the artist, whose name Lucas knows everybody will recognize, commented and shared a link to an article that talked about the societal impact of albinism. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. On those who suffer from it in parts of Africa. Lucas had no idea about this. According to the article, both adults and children in parts of Africa who suffer from albinism are hunted and killed because of their uniquely colored body parts. And it blew him away to read that. And so Lucas decided right then and there to change the company name, which he's in the process of doing. He's updated his Facebook post to explain the decision and has gotten a lot of support from other members in those Facebook groups. Many people agreed that the change was for the better and was given an immense amount of grace for being ignorant of such a significant issue. Lucas also decided right there to take his own advice. He no longer wanted to passively not try to offend people, but instead actively try not to offend people.
Awesome. Good job, Lucas. Good job.
And Jen can read the rest.
Yeah. He used to love this quote by motivational speaker Steve Chandler. "You can only be offended if you allow yourself to be offended." I used to quote that all the time as a reason why I didn't let myself get offended easily. But I'm a white guy, just like Steve is. So what do I have to be offended by? My life is easy in that regard. That quote was an easy out for me, so I didn't have to think about whether I was offending someone else. I didn't know that. That's what it was at the time, but I realize it now.
Yeah. It's a quote like that is so easy. What's with all the outrage? What's with all the canceling, you SJW? Just don't be offended. When in fact, well, how about you apply that logic to yourself and not be offended by people who are expressing their outrage? Maybe practice what you preach. Good job, Lucas. God, this is not going to become the Rahdo Cries Hour for the rest of more dog pictures, people. Alrighty, all in all, Lucas wanted to say that he feels, he and I have both grown a lot in the last couple of weeks. I'm a role model, and Lucas knows that for sure. Lucas is 34 years old and still has a lot to learn, and he's glad to have people like me in his life that are honest in mistakes made, in struggles and growth. Lucas says, I remind him a lot of his pastor over the last decade. The pastor has also been very open about struggles and mistakes that cause some people to leave the church. Lucas, however, greatly appreciates his honesty, much like he appreciates mine. Sorry for the super long email. Thanks again for being you, and for being honest. Lucas thinks I'm a good person. Thank you, Lucas. Who is the owner of the company Colossal Yeti Games.
Ah, there you go.
Excellent. Thank you, Lucas. Okay. Hey, Ben. You want to talk about Star Wars or something?
Let's pause for a minute, shall we?
Okay, we'll be right back, folks. Okie dokie. Continuing on. Without the little musical interlude, I'm learning all kinds of new things, like I can actually pause in the middle of recording instead of stop and then restart. Who knew? And while Jen was out getting more tea and trying to stifle her hiccups, hopefully they're gone by now.
Yep, I think we've done it.
Since I keep looking at Jen, I figured for folks on YouTube would like to see me looking at Jen, I put a little tiny picture of her on a shelf so that
You're pointing the wrong
I
way.
put a little tiny picture of her on the shelf
Yep.
that I'm talking to whenever I look away from the camera.
It's not an elf on the shelf.
Oh, yes, it's a Jen on the shelf. Sorry again for folks who are listening to this. Just imagine a picture.
A Jen in the bin.
A Jen in the, what?
Like a bin.
A bin, yeah, Jen in the bin. Alrighty. Anyway, we're continuing on with Ben, who says, this question is for Jen. Ben knows that Jen is into investing and wondering, have you delved into cryptocurrency?
Oh my gosh.
Ben just got his first crypto coin.
Ooh.
And it seems like the industry's been taking off quite a bit recently. Tesla invested heavily in Bitcoin. And Motley Fool, one of Jen's favorite sites, just announced that they were getting $5 million in Bitcoin.
Wow.
So, honey, have you invested in cryptocurrency, or have you thought about looking into it at least?
I kind of feel like I missed the boat on that. And
Tesla and Ben disagree.
Well, and obviously the Motley Fool is just now. So I don't know. I have not really. I don't know anything about it. I haven't really looked into it, and like I said, I feel like I missed the boat. So
yeah, that's a really powerful motivator. That if I'd been there, I could be a multimillionaire now, and because I couldn't do that, I might as well not do it at all.
Yeah, that's a psychological thing.
Yeah.
So, and actually, you actually do have a coin. Did they send you a coin?
No, it's all.
So that's what I'm
the whole
saying.
point.
Well, he said he got his first coin.
Yes, he bought one Bitcoin, which I assume is worth, I don't know how much. I think it's thousands of dollars.
Lot, yeah.
Yeah. So I heard once that years ago, when it was first starting out, somebody sent Tom Vassell as a gift 10 Bitcoin, and he lost the code for it.
Oh my God.
Or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. I forget. That's apocryphal. That's hearsay, but I mean, can you imagine? Oh, man. But anyway, yeah. So your thoughts on cryptocurrency are, I really should do it, but no, I haven't.
I should probably do some research and figure it out, but it's just one of those things I've never done.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the question, Ben. Okay. We're moving on to Marco.
We'll talk to you in 10 years when you're a gazillionaire.
Yes. And you can say, I told you. You could have still been. Alrighty, Marco has some pop culture questions. A few episodes ago, Jen and I analyzed our dislike for human-to-human violence.
Yeah.
What about the Marvel movies? Does Jen like those? No. Honey Pie, how do you feel about the Marvel movies?
There's a bit too much punchy punch.
Too much of the punchy punch and the kicky kick?
Yep.
And you just kind of roll your eyes and wait for it to get over to get back to the humany human?
Yep. That's pretty much it. I look out the window, or I pet the puppies, or whatever. Yeah, I would like for us to move beyond physical violence. Mm-hmm. And I don't like mental violence. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what a lot of the racism stuff is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, why can't we just treat each other like we'd like to be treated? Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody wants to be punched physically or mentally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have less and less...
Tolerance. Okay, well, like we just watched the first episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and the other night, and that opened with a big bombastic action scene. What were your thoughts about that?
I'm trying to remember it.
It's they were flying through the canyons. They kidnapped the guy, and he was being chased by the helicopters, and had to get on the chopper and fight them, and then they escaped, and they were gliding away, and all of that stuff, and he used his little glider Red Wing to help him and all that. So what were your thoughts about that whole opening act? I remember he flew in first and was like looking through the window, and they thought, did I see somebody hanging on the side, and all that stuff. Yeah. So what did you think about that action?
Can you really do that around jet engines? Because that seems to me like the ideal get sucked into a jet engine and be pulverized situation.
Okay, well that was one thought you had.
That was the main thought.
What were your thoughts about that opening action
sequence keep doing this
on the whole?
Oh, I don't know. Mm-hmm. I guess it was cleverly done. Mm-hmm. I always think of whenever we do those flying through the cavern things, it's just another Star Wars thing.
Trench run, yeah.
Yeah, trench run. So, yeah.
So you were bored throughout that whole opening, whatever it is, 10-minute sequence. You're just like, you were just checking your watch.
Well, I could see how they were going to, I mean, it was obvious how the guy was going to get rescued. Mm-hmm. So I was kind of like, well, let's just get to it. Mm-hmm.
So do you like action scenes at all then?
I like them for their special effects and the wow effect, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
But you cannot get, you cannot find enjoyment in thrilling action sequences anymore if there's the threat of violence in them. Like you can't enjoy a Jackie Chan acrobatic, super crazy, over the top fight. If you were to watch, I mean, we used to when I first discovered Jackie Chan, we watched tons of them, and you used to love them.
Jackie Chan was just amazing.
Yes, but it's still him fighting other people and punching other people and hitting them with ladders and whatnot.
That's true. Actually, I just read recently that he was in a fight and they used real bottles, and due to a mistiming, he actually shoved his whole fist into a bottle, and they had to stop filming for 6 weeks while he healed.
That sounds like something he would do. Yes.
Yes. I don't know. I guess I feel like if I say I do like it, then it's glorifying violence, and that's something that I just don't particularly feel comfortable saying. Is it a guilty pleasure? If I do say I liked it, it could be one of those guilty pleasures.
Well, no one will hold it against you, honey pie. The thousands of people who are going to listen to this. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's okay to like. Okay. This is obviously a question for Jen, but I find professional boxing and MMA abhorrent. I just can't. It's like, how can anybody enjoy this? I've watched real boxing matches and real MMA matches, and I thought, oh, well, that's going to be really interesting because I enjoy. This is like real world versions of superhero fights, and I love superhero fights. And I watch them like, oh, this is just gross. It just makes my skin crawl. I mean, all this pain that is being inflicted and this violence and the blood and the guts and all of it. And like, how can anybody enjoy this? Again, I don't begrudge anybody for enjoying it. People enjoy what they enjoy. We've all still got our simian monkey brains that were programmed for that, but I can't enjoy that anymore. But I can enjoy it when it's in a movie, when I know there's a fundamental schism and it's no longer real. Even if it's incredibly realistically portrayed, like the Creed movies, as an example. So that's a weird dichotomy I've got. But and Jen will just take it one step further and say, "Oh no, just in any form." We've talked about this before. Yeah. You loved Die Hard, just like we all did when we were teenagers and we saw it in high school in the 80s. Yeah. And you thought it was awesome. If you saw Die Hard for the first time today, could you enjoy it? I think we even talked about this the last time this came up, Die Hard specifically.
I think maybe no. I think I just don't have a tolerance for it anymore.
Yep. And I think...
Is that a maturation thing? Though, is that just... Do older people not, have as much tolerance for violence?
I don't know. I don't know that... I don't think I've ever seen any kind... I've ever seen any kind of, what do you call it? Societal shift along those lines. I think if you liked boxing as a kid, you'll probably like it as an old feller as well, I would imagine.
Okay.
And the thing is, I think Marco brings up the Marvel movie specifically because the violence is completely antiseptic. I mean, at the most, there's like, a little bit of blood dripping from a lip or something like that. Or a bruise around the eye. I mean, it's very PG friendly.
But actually one thing I will say I noticed during watching that last thingy with the Falcon is that they're no longer just, knocking guys out or whatever. There was stabbing and there was definitely people were being killed.
Yes.
So that is something that I see a definite change. It used to be that you just, the good guys would knock the bad guy out and the police would come and get him later or whatever. So we're done.
Yep.
You are a bad guy and you are dying.
You are going out of the plane with no parachute.
Yeah. Or I am actually stabbing you. With my hand and my knife, I'm stabbing you. I'm like, whoa, when did we cross that line?
I don't think Falcon stabbed anybody with a knife.
Somebody stabbed somebody. I think it was that guy.
Well, yeah, it's because that was
in the street scene later when the guy that had the his army contact with the phone in his pocket. Yes. That guy.
Yeah, but that was a bad guy stabbing.
Yeah, but still, who knows? Maybe he has kids, or has an animal shelter that he does in his spare non-thug time. Who knows?
Yeah.
So when did we cross that line where we're showing bad guys actually getting killed and dying? People dying.
I don't know. I mean, John McClane killed a bunch of bad guys in Die Hard.
Okay, that's a movie. This is a TV show for...
Well, but this is a TV show with basically... I mean, I think you'd have to agree that Falcon and Winter Soldier and WandaVision, for that matter, are indistinguishable from films in terms of... their production values and also their content.
Okay, but who are they focused at?
Well, it's because there is a fundamental shift. You couldn't show stuff like... I mean, there are... For broadcast television that is sent out over the airwaves for free, the networks have restrictions they have to adhere to because they are given those airwaves by the United States government to do it. Okay. As soon as streaming came along, it's like, we don't have to adhere to any rules. We can do whatever we want. And so you see a certain lax attitude, in terms of language, in terms of violence, and in terms of subject matter. I mean, and don't forget, I mean, Falcon and Winter Soldier, we're watching on the Disney Channel. And it
That's
is
my
literally
point.
on the Disney Channel, and
Is this
that
aimed at
defines a new
kids?
cultural comfort level.
Yes. So is this aimed at kids and teenagers?
Oh, well, yeah, of course, all the
Or
superhero
is
stuff
this
is.
aimed at people who have been reading comics their whole lives and now they're
Well, no, I
40,
mean,
50 years old?
They're aimed at anybody who they can get to watch, because they want more people to subscribe to Disney Plus, of course. So they're trying to cast as wide a net as possible. And what I'm saying is that represents a cultural comfort level that has shifted over time, but has not shifted for you. Now, the thing is, kids play cops and robbers. Kids pretend to kill each other all the time growing up.
Yeah.
So on one level, this is just, it's a natural extension. And again, they don't really, kids pretend to stab each other. I'm going to get you, and all of that kind of stuff. I certainly did as a kid. I pretended my Han Solo shot my stormtroopers and vice versa, and all of that. But like, it is an interesting cultural shift that we're getting more and more comfortable. And I mean, that's true across the board. I mean, compare our culture today. What is considered PG today versus what would have been considered PG in the 50s.
Sure.
I mean, and just the evolution of language and what is considered a curse word and what isn't.
Well, even what's considered entertainment, since we just watched WandaVision, and
Yes.
we have a very quick.
Well, yeah, you actually had a direct representation of it. But the flip side, the Falcon and Winter Soldier, there is a level of depth and maturity in that too. Yes, there's the silly, fun punch 'em ups, practically cartoon level violence of, I'm gonna shoot, I'm gonna blow up the helicopter, and we're gonna fight a bad guy, and there's gonna be kicks and punches. And then there's also that only represented like 5% of the running time of that show. And the remainder of the running time of that show was about people dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder and, cultural inequities that were race-based, quite frankly.
Yeah, and superheroes don't get a
all this other
salary?
stuff. And to me, I mean, I don't know. I'm saying I really like the show. I don't think anybody asked about this, but I thought the show was fantastic, and I think WandaVision fantastic. That these are to your question, are they aimed at kids? Sure, but they're aimed at adults too. They're broad-reaching, and they are full of content that goes beyond the punch and kicks. You come for the punch and kicks. Well, that's what I'm coming for. The visceral thrills and excitement. You're making me think. How dare you?
Okay. Then let me just...
Die Hard didn't make anybody think necessarily. Die Hard was just there for the punches and kicks. And so that's another cultural shift I think we're seeing as well. A level of maturity.
Okay.
A level of maturity in what we can handle, and a level of maturity in what we actually say.
Okay. Well, I guess I would say I would prefer to watch the show for its other content rather than its
So
punch
you would
and
have
kicks.
preferred that the entirety of Falcon and the Winter Soldier only dealt with Bucky's PTSD and Falcon's struggles to actually, get his family back from financial ruin due to the... Well, I don't want to spoil stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, these are like, you'd rather they completely hang up the costumes and not have any action sequences at all.
I guess I would rather have it stay a bit more sanitized, because there's a reason we need superheroes. But do I need to see people getting stabbed? And used to be the pilot would have jumped out of the helicopter before the helicopter explodes.
Yes, you're talking G.I. Joe levels, where
I guess.
every episode of G.I. Joe, the weekday cartoon, there were millions of laser bolts flying all around and lots of people shooting, but nobody ever got hit. The concrete pillar that the person was hiding behind would get hit, and they jumped to the side, but no one ever got shot. And if a helicopter got shot out, they were very clear to show, look, the pilots jumped out and they have parachutes, and no one's shooting at them. It's fine. So you want to see that level of action everywhere.
I guess I would like to see respect for life.
Okay.
And okay, if you're a bad guy, fine. You get taken to the police and you go to jail.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty.
Rather than vigilantism.
I don't know if you expected that level of a response, Marco, but you asked for it. You got it. Continuing on. So not to ask about Star Wars. But all right, what do you think about the Marvel lineup? Or what? I mean, obviously Jen doesn't even know. What am I most excited about? Hold on a second. Let's go on ahead and pull that up. Let's get Chrome going. And come over here, Chrome.
Come here, Chrome.
You can fit. There we go. And let's see. Upcoming Marvel. What do we got? Okay. So I assume that means, honey, you don't care about the Black Widow movie. Because she's a super spy, and she'll be fighting super spies.
I'm sure we're going to watch it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to watch these.
Oh, I
Just
know.
Mom and I can watch them.
I know, but I feel like I have to be in a little bit on the cultural thing. And also, you love them so very much
I do.
that I feel
love
if
them
I didn't do
with,
it,
with
heat of a
all my
million
heart and
sun?
soul. Yes.
Wait a minute, you love me with all your heart and soul.
I do too. Don't make me choose!
Oh, I'm not. That's why I'm continuing to participate.
All right, let's see. Oh, here we go. Full list of all. All right. I just want the list. I don't need the scrolly thing. Come on, you can do it. All right. So, but obviously you don't care. Even though, I mean, it's a female-led character, a strong, independent woman.
Oh, I think that's great.
Doing all that.
Sure.
But
Yep, that's
but
great.
still, there will be a lot of punching and kicking in that film. There will be evil bad guys who have to be vanquished, and you're not there for that.
No.
You will just yawn through it and say, man, can we just get back to the interpersonal relationships, please?
Yep,
All right.
I will pet the puppies.
All righty. And okay, what about Loki? This is a whole new show starring Loki.
Okay.
As he basically goes on intergalactic and intertime jumping adventures,
Oh, that sounds fun.
being chased by some kind of secret department of stop messing with the timeline. And he's just going to be very mischievous and do stuff like that.
Cool. Plus, I like Tom Hiddleston.
Yes, as Loki. So you're very excited about Loki.
Yes, there
having
you
never
go.
heard about it till this very second.
Yep, super excited.
Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings. This is this is going to be an Asian martial arts focused superhero show. So
Okay.
lots of not played for comedy, Jackie Chan style martial arts, which will be beautifully choreographed, accentuated by superheroics, no doubt, but probably don't care because of the punchy punch.
I'll give it a try.
The Eternals, which is basically a big epic saga about people who have been amongst us for thousands, if tens of hundreds of thousands of years, who or were they? I forget. They look like humans, but they're super, and they've been, I guess, guiding our development as humanity.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and this is the one that nobody knows about. It's like, what are you even going to do? The Eternals are such a weird, esoteric thing, but that's what everybody said about Guardians of the Galaxy as well. The next Spider-Man movie.
Okay, fine. I'm fine with it.
But you'd rather he not really punch anybody.
Well, he actually is very nonviolent with his.
He fights people?
Well, he puts people away in webs and stuff.
Okay.
He doesn't kill people, as far as I know.
Nope. I'm sure he's very careful about that, yes.
So, yeah, I'm in.
All right, so you're pro that. What if, which is a bunch of stories say, well, what if it was actually Peggy Carter who got the soldier serum
Formula.
instead of Steve Rogers, and it just tells alternate stories about
I like alternate story timelines. You
All
know
right.
that.
Hawkeye, which is a whole story about him, I believe, passing the mantle of Hawkeye to, I assume, to a young woman who was going to become the new Hawkeye or something like that.
Okay.
He's the bow and arrow guy.
Oh, I was thinking he was Falcon. No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think that's fantastic. I love Hawkeye, and I loved how he was the heart of the team after Ultron. Let's see. Ms. Marvel, about a young, I forget, I think she's Pakistani, or I think. I know she's Muslim, she gets superpowers, and she's still a teenager, so she's got kind of Peter Parker in high school-esque problems, while she's also trying to struggle with being a superhero and stuff like that.
Okay. That's good, I guess.
All right. But you don't seem particularly super enthused about such things.
Well, I'm kind of beyond the teenage girl stuff. But
okay.
We'll see. I
All
mean,
right.
it might be really good.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
I want Doctor Strange. I like Doctor Strange. I like magic. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's going to be a direct follow-on from WandaVision, because Wanda is the co-star of the movie
Okay.
with all the stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
And you didn't like WandaVision.
Oh, that was so boring.
Thor, Love and Thunder.
I like Thor.
All right. So you're excited about that.
Yeah.
She-Hulk, which is a TV show about Bruce Banner's cousin, who is a blood transfusion because she's in a car accident, and so she becomes a Hulk as well.
Cool.
But she is a defense lawyer, and so while she has punch 'em ups, she's also basically gets caught in a bunch of legal cases having to do with superheroes, and that's the deal with all of that.
Cool. Yeah, I actually want to know more about how superheroes have on a daily basis, because I think that really sucks that
Right, without spoiling it for folks who haven't seen. Yeah.
They should have a government pension. They should just get a stipend.
Well, that's kind of what the Sokovia Accords were all about. And some characters in Civil War opted out. And those are the characters we are following now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. Well, alrighty. Black Panther 2.
How can they do that? Didn't he?
Nobody knows. They're going to continue. And so someone will have to take on the mantle, but there's lots of rumors about what it's going to be.
Okay, well, I thought that they were
Black Panther also had a bunch of punchy punch.
Yeah, but it also had very empowered women.
Okay. Deadpool, you don't even know who Deadpool is. The next Captain Marvel. Sorry, folks, I forgot there was this many things. The next Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Oh, of course.
Because
we have a fondness for
they don't have violent punchy punches.
They just have
silly
ones.
Yeah, they have little tiny punchy punches. Next, Guardians of the Galaxy. Of course, you're very excited. Blade. Do you remember Blade?
No.
All right. Well, that's probably a very violent one. Fantastic Four. All right. Moon Knight. Boy, my gosh, it just never ends. So much stuff. Is Ironheart coming? Ironheart is about a young female inventor who takes on the mantle of Iron Man. And,
Ooh, cool.
Armor Wars. Jeez Louise. The Guardians of the Galaxy. I didn't know about half this stuff.
I Am
Groot
we'll like
is
that.
getting his own thing. So there's a bunch of stuff coming. So, sorry, I think you were asking me, and I just talked about Jen's responses instead, but I was just genuinely curious. So, I'm excited about everything. I'm excited about everything equally. I love it so much. And Jen was excited about a couple of things, so there you go. And for folks who didn't know, there's a lot of Marvel stuff coming. Oh, hey, next question from Marco. What are the thoughts on WandaVision? For Marco, it was the most creative storytelling in years. Marco was amazed at the ideas the writers came up with, and the glimpse into the multiverse stuff was really exciting. So, Honey Pie, you just said you found WandaVision to be the most boring thing you've ever seen in your life.
Sorry.
And you don't understand the cultural phenomenon that it was. Now, you said more than that. You said, couldn't it have just been the last 2 episodes? Or because the last 3 episodes, when things kind of became more regular and Marvel-like and less far out, because you did not enjoy any of that.
The first 5, I thought were extremely boring.
But even though interesting, mysterious things were happening, and you just didn't care. Yep. All right. I thought it was amazing. I agree with you 100%, Marco. I know a lot of people were disappointed when the WandaVision-y stuff wore off and it became a bit more Marvel-y. I enjoyed the whole thing. I'm not going to go into spoilers. I wasn't crazy. I mean, the head of S.W.O.R.D., I really enjoyed him until the end. I wish they'd followed through with what they set up for him. But that was really my only complaint. Otherwise, I thought it was great from start to finish. You didn't even like the Malcolm in the Middle episode? We watched every episode of Malcolm in the Middle.
Yeah, that was cute.
But boring.
It was fine. It was fine.
All right, okay. Honey, have you listened or read to any of the Reckoners novels? I'm sure you haven't. The Reckoners, I think, it's a world of superheroes where the superheroes' powers go to their head and they basically become totalitarian world leaders and stuff like that.
Nope.
And it follows the plucky exploits of human resistance fighters and whatnot.
No, I haven't heard or read. No.
Alrighty. Let's move on to Johnny, who appreciates the perspective responses in the podcast to questions. Right, this is what I was talking about earlier. Johnny just wanted to let us know not all Republicans are the same. We talked about it as though, he's referring to episode 69, and specifically the Capitol riot. You talked about it as though we all wanted the same unfortunate things. I hope you consider lumping people in a broad group as stereotyping. It pushes people away. I stuck around because I don't think deep down that we would want. All right. Right.
You're supposed to read it.
Yes. I'm really in flux. Because these are so heavy. It is much easier just to read them as written. Anyway, all right. Johnny hopes that we would consider that lumping people into a broad group and stereotyping ends up pushing those people away. Johnny stuck around here because he doesn't think deep down that we would want him to run away. Just because Johnny would mention that he's a Republican, he doesn't like or support what's happened to his party for a long time. So he asked that we please consider that most likely, when we were decrying, I mean, we basically had a bit of a breakdown.
Well, we were having, that was quite an emotional thing.
That we were preaching to the choir, and that we didn't, with our approach, we didn't necessarily reach an ear for change. Right. So, and actually, Johnny, I'm sure you're here. You heard us talk about this a little bit before because, yeah, what you said, you're entirely right, Johnny. And all I can say is, yeah, he ends with this as response to episode 69. I agree, and it is something that I do try to do, and I will redouble my efforts to do it. Obviously, you and I don't see eye to eye on certain, I don't know what cultural issues or political issues or economic issues put you on one side of the divide versus us on the other, but it doesn't mean we can't still treat each other with kindness, dignity, and respect. And I'm totally cool, Johnny, with you calling me out on that because both Jen and I can be better.
Yep.
I completely agree. So,
I would also like to
yes,
say, though,
but Jen would like to add.
if Republicans do not agree with what the Republican Party is doing right now, they need to elect different Republicans who do reflect what their values are.
Well, I'm sure Johnny would like to have done that, yes.
Well, I'm just saying, not a single Republican.
So you're not talking about the presidential, you're talking about senators and Congress.
I'm talking about how they're voting.
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah.
So if you gave some feedback to your elected officials about
There you go.
how you feel,
that
things should change.
Yeah, it's interesting. There is always a lot of talk on our side of the fence, Johnny, about be sure to write your congressman, to push them harder to go more progressive than they currently are, stop being so moderate. It's weird. I very rarely hear that, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, Johnny. I'm be curious to know. I very rarely hear that on the conservative side. That be sure to write your congressperson, your senator, and say you disapprove of their insert X, Y, or Z. The stuff that, as you say, Johnny, you are uncomfortable. And, so I guess Jen's just saying, hey, I mean, like I said, it's practically a trope. We hear it all the time. And there's actual real organization on the Democratic side. Here's how you can write, here's like form letters you can fill out and then print out and be sure to put in the letter. And because it does make a difference, we hear this all the time. The Democratic senators and congresspeople are swayed because every letter they receive, they translate that to representing 10,000 of their constituents, because, 1 out of 10,000 people will actually write a letter, an actual letter as opposed to an email, or call the office. So that's a fair point, which it's just weird. Never occurred to me. I've never heard that on the conservative side because our perspective of the conservative side is everything is so lockstep, unified.
And that's what they projected.
One voice. And that is, and you're right, that is certainly the projection that our side hears. So I appreciate, Johnny, and thank you for writing and for calling us out and also for giving voice. But as Jen says, give that, we're not going to vote for any of them anyway. Give that voice to your senator and your congressperson and your locally elected officials even more so.
Yes.
Because every letter that goes to them, they know, wow, you actually wrote a letter.
Yeah. This guy lives 3 blocks from me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But thank you, Johnny. Okay. Oh my gosh, folks. Sorry to interrupt. We were just about to move on to the next, and I realized this entire time I have not been recording video. And so throughout this up till now, you've been hearing me talk about what I was showing on screen, and there was a dog picture, and you actually, there should have been video of all the Marvel stuff that I was showing on screen, and it was all gone. And of course, you already knew this was happening because after we're done with this, I will record the intro saying I'm really sorry, but this is me in real time. You just missed Jen saying stop beating yourself up, but I'm continuing to beat myself up. Anyway, the video is on now. As you can see.
Hello.
Even though we talked about it earlier, Jen, here's her scarf. Here's the little picture of her that I'm talking to.
I think you should go back and now put the dog put.
We'll go. I mean, there were some other dogs from the game-related stuff, too. We'll get all that in a bit. Honey, put your hand on screen to show that you're really here. This is the way the whole podcast has been going so far. We talked seriously about doing the whole sequence over, but no, just didn't have the strength. I'll just have to edit this together after the fact. Oh, I am just so angry with myself, folks. So very, very angry. But it is working now, and we can continue with, let's see, we're done with Johnny. And let's move on to Joe, who points out that in episode 70 of the podcast, I said, sure, my intentions were good, but my intentions don't matter. Actions and the consequences for those actions are what truly matters. I did say that in 70. And Joe would like to point out that he doesn't want to take what I said out of context. He knows in that instance I was referring to specific actions that I had done. But Joe is curious where I fall on the spectrum of the degree to which intentions do or don't matter. At one extreme, there's, quote, nobody ever has to apologize for anything as long as their intentions were good. And at the other end, there's all actions should be treated the same regardless of intent. Clearly, you aren't at the former end. How close are you to the latter? And then actually, Joe goes on talking about how he's Chinese, and he talks about his history. I mean, this is what made me realize what I was going to do. Joe wrote a very long, very passionate, and it would take me quite a while to read the whole thing. So if you're watching on YouTube, I am now actually recording the video, so you can see Joe's full email. If you'd like to read it, I recommend you read it. But long story short, it is a question of of that threshold of intentions versus consequences of your actions. And I'm just putting all of his stuff so that if you're on YouTube, you can pause it and read it. I mean, he talks about Obama's bill that he signed in 2016 about removing the term Oriental from federal law. And it's a really good email. It's just, I mean, gosh, we are so long already. And I'm sorry, Joe. I know I read a lot of really long ones, but yours was longer than anybody's. And really, your question was very clearly and wonderfully stated right up front. So I'm just vamping a little bit more so I can put your entire email, folks. So you can see just how. I'm still putting the email up on screen. It's still this long, right? And there we go. So the whole thing is there. And to answer the question, Joe, it's true. And in fact, you're not alone in bringing this up because in the YouTube comments of the podcast for episode 70, several other people asked as well. And I will be the first to admit that, yes, obviously I was doing an hour-long, just off the top of my head, contemporaneous thing. And I will agree that to say that, what do you call it? Only intentions matter, yeah. I'm sure you're quoting me exactly. Sure, my intentions were good, but intentions don't matter. Actions and consequences for those actions are what truly matter. I could have tempered that a little bit and said, sure, intentions are good, and intentions do matter, but not as much as consequences of those actions. And actually, I recently saw a really good, or heard in the Andrew Yang podcast, because this topic came up of intentions versus consequences of your actions. And, can we give people a break? And the example I thought was great was, you know what? Every doctor, every surgeon who, goes in to amputate a leg or, unblock an artery or whatever, has the best of intentions. But they can still make catastrophic errors that can lead to death. Does that mean they should not face consequences if they end up if they make mistakes and someone dies on their operating table? No, I think everybody would agree that even though I was trying to be the best I could, so there should be no consequences for the fact that somebody died because I made mistakes, I don't think anybody would feel that way. And that's the way I feel about myself. I made mistakes in episode 69, and while certainly nobody died, there were literal death threats issued in my name. Those were consequences, and even though my intentions were good, they led to truly horrific consequences, and that is my responsibility. I mean, you can say, "Oh no, it's not it's not your responsibility, Rahdo. It's the monster. They're the monster. You're not a monster." I still, through my actions, created a circumstance that led to that.
Well, didn't something just recently happen and 8 people died?
Yes.
Because somebody else? And do you think that person is going to take responsibility for his actions?
No, they are not.
Not a chance in hell.
Nor will their most ardent supporters. It is true. So anyway, at the end of the day, I will temper my original statement with, yes, intentions are something to be aware of, but when harm is done, your good intentions and $2 will get you a cup of coffee. I believe I literally made that joke in the podcast. And which is to say, they are inconsequential compared to the outcomes if those outcomes are harmful. I mean, what's the surgeon's motto? First, do no harm.
Physician's motto.
The physician's motto, first do no harm. And it's not good enough to say, oh, my intentions were to do no harm, but I ended up doing harm. Well, if you did harm, there have to be consequences for that. I did harm, there are consequences for me. That's basically where I come down on the question. And thank you, though, but for the very, very long, and for folks on the YouTube, I certainly hope you pause it and read the whole thing, because there were some really great observations you made, Joe. But you had a really simple question, and my answer is yes. I'm just going to repeat myself. Okay. So Jen was off camera saying, which now you can see that she's actually off camera giving me notes saying, don't keep repeating yourself 20 times, because I tend to do that. Oh, man. Why did I not hit record? Let's move on, though, to Gerald, who says, first of all, how is your mother? I can't stop reading the verbatim now. You know why it is? It's because I'm sitting way over here and the thing's way over there, and that's kind of throwing me off. Gerald asked, how's my mom? He says it's lucky that we were back in the U.S. and settled before the COVID lockdown came into effect. How difficult would it have been for her if we were still in Europe? That is an interesting thing. Well, interestingly, one of the reasons we came back is because she was basically in a self-imposed lockdown. The thing that I think was the final straw that broke the back that said, okay, we need to come home, or I need to come home, and Jen has to sacrifice and follow me, because it was really ultimately my responsibility to help my mom, not Jen's. But Jen's a good person, and she said, yeah, we should do this. My mom was living in a little tiny cabin out in the middle of the woods, very far away from Belfair, Washington. Very few other people nearby, and because that's the kind of lifestyle they like to live. There were some neighbors, but and she was on good terms with some of them, and others not so much. But she was getting older. She suffers from a really debilitating a heart disease, and she has HHT, which causes her to have epic, prodigious nosebleeds where she loses liters and liters of blood. And she's almost died a few times. My brother has found her passed out and had to rush her to the hospital. But anyway, a couple of things happened to her back to back. Her van died, and she couldn't drive herself anymore. And suddenly she was completely beholden on other people to get into town for her iron infusions and all of that. And that was a real problem.
Even grocery shopping.
And so, she lost all mobility. And we thought, well, let's just buy her a car rather than move ourselves back. But she also, turns out there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, you're talking about Starbuck?
Yeah. We thought she had put Starbuck, her dog, down. But it turns out she hadn't. But she was in the process of, and we're like, oh my gosh, that's her world. Starbuck is, the only good thing in her life. And how debilitating is that going to be for her to lose Starbuck, who is a wonderful, very old German Shepherd. And so we said, okay, let's move. And the weird thing is, we finally got there, and Starbuck was still there. But I'm glad we were there for it, because Starbuck did still have to be put down. And so Jen was really great and helped Mom through that. Am I remembering things wrong?
Yeah, you are, but that's...
Am I getting the dogs mixed up? I'm getting Joey and Starbuck mixed up.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah, Mom had actually had several dogs, and over the preceding few years, she had to start putting them down because they were all getting old, and we knew she was alone in a cabin in the middle of the woods. She lost her car.
Yeah.
And
the thing with Starbuck was, he had hip dysplasia, and so steps to get even down to go to the bathroom. And
yeah.
It was becoming untenable, and she could hardly, even walk herself.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she did put Starbuck down right before we arrived.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes.
Dogs. I think maybe even a couple of days.
A couple of days before we got there, and so we knew how hard that was for her, because she'd already lost my dad, and the rest of my family. There's a whole story there, but yeah. So, but the interesting thing, if all that hadn't happened, if she hadn't broken down her vehicle so she could still get herself around, and if she still had her emotional support animals, basically.
Well, and also for safety, because she was out kind of in the woods.
Yeah. But, she was already living a COVID lockdown lifestyle for years before we moved back home. To Gerald's question.
Yeah.
And that's basically, she's living that life by choice. And so I honestly think COVID would not have been much of a hardship for her, necessarily. Although, the interesting thing is, she does have to make medical appointments fairly regularly, and she put those off for pretty much a year.
Yeah.
She's I'm not going down to the clinic. I'm not getting my iron infusions anymore, and because she was afraid of incidental exposure to expose us. That is why she was vehemently opposed to doing it. Although I know if she would have anyway, even if there was nobody there. So it's interesting in that for me and Jen and for her, the COVID lockdown lifestyle is kind of the lifestyle we were already living anyway. Now it's an extreme version of it.
Yeah.
And Jen is certainly at her wit's end. But
I'm excited. We both got our vaccinations.
yeah, we both got our double vaccinations now, so
Yeah.
it's good to see things are turning around the corner. But yeah, I mean, but thanks for asking. And to your original question, she's doing okay. Like I said, her steadfast refusal to get iron infusions has really knocked her out quite a bit. And we tried to get her to go. The clinic is the safest place she could go because they take it so seriously there. I mean, they won't let you walk around in a clinic with your nose exposed and only half a mask on. But, I mean, she just wasn't going anywhere. But, yeah, she's doing okay. All right, let's see. And then a question. Jen,
Oh.
says Gerald, your Rahdo show contract allows you to grace us with your presence on some shows. What additional contract bonuses do we need to get you to appear on camera, finally revealing your well-kept knitting style? Well, Gerald, here it is. It's a look at it. It's a beautiful thing. Look, and it just goes and goes
here's
and
my
goes.
hands.
So there you go. It's on camera.
There we
Honey,
go.
knit one, purl two, or whatever you're going to do on
here we
camera a
go.
little bit so the folks can see. Now that I finally remembered to turn the camera back on.
There we go.
Ugh.
I'm yarn overing. I'm knitting two together.
Is that good stuff? Are you digging that? Again, sorry, apologies to the folks who are listening to this on their smartphones. There's some really sweet knitting action going
I
on
missed that.
while we move on to the next one, which is Top, who wonders, did I realize that I, Richard Ham, Rahdo, have the power to cause others to travel backwards through time?
Wow.
Top, no, I did not realize that.
I didn't either. Tell me about it.
Let's investigate. Due to the pandemic, like many others who work from home and rarely listen to podcasts anymore, on rare trips outside the house, Top would listen to whatever was playing, whether that's episodes 54 or 55 from the end of 2019. That's right. I've been listening to them for over a year now. Oh my gosh, Top. So apparently Top has been listening to everything from the get-go.
Wow.
All right. I listened to whatever it was. Oh no, what was most playing? And that's your episode 54, 55. Which is from the end of 19. Yeah, so Top is way behind.
Oh.
So it's such a weird time capsule feeling because what Top is listening to was pre-pandemic, pre-2020 elections, pre-everything that is our world now. And when Top listens, it feels like he's been caught in a strange nostalgia-induced pre-apocalyptic bubble when people had no idea what was about to come. And it makes Top wonder how much the 2020 events will color future podcasts. Oh, because Top has it. Oh my gosh, Top is not going to hear this, what I'm saying right now, for probably another year or so. All right, and it almost makes Top sad. I kind of don't want to know. No spoilers, though. Top, by the time you're hearing this, apparently, you've already had it all spoiled. Anyway, Top loves working from home and doesn't mind doing this until he retires. So Top's living his best COVID life, apparently. And while he does have questions, at this rate, he won't hear the answers until many years down the road. So here's to you, 2019 Rahdo. You're living in a simpler time. Wow, that is. I sometimes do think about that, actually. That my videos are literally going to be around potentially for hundreds of years. And what is that like? If somehow people in the 1800s had the ability to do this, and we listened to people just talking about their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, how amazing would that be?
That would have been pretty cool. I mean, there are diaries.
Yeah, but it's not the same, Yeah. Anyway, though, so Top does have some questions, which he will hear a year from now. My kids, or Top's kids, recent, and he got into Dominion. I'm assuming Top is a he. That ancient game. We're playing through each of the recommended sets in each expansion once per set. It's taking a while. Top's natural tendency is to never attack. The Top has no problem attacking when playing adult friends, but it's just not something he would prefer to do with kids of their age. Other than not attacking, Top won't hold back, plays to win. Although Top's never explicitly discussed this, over time, he's noticed that they attack less and less, until now they actively avoid attack cards unless there's really no choice. This is probably through absorbing Top's playstyle, and Top is worried they're not getting the full exposure to the full range of strategies and experiences, and that this will limit how well they play board games now and in the future. What do you think?
I think Top should listen to this particular episode.
Top will, they will have grown out of this, or who knows what will be like in a year. That blows my mind. But anyway, so Top actually breaks this down into 3 sub-questions. Without attacking, are the kids getting the full experience in Dominion? Without attacking, are they getting a full experience from the recommended sets? And is this hurting their development as board game players? Should Top actively start attacking more?
That's interesting because basically
that blows my mind.
You're making Care Bear players.
Yeah, you're growing them. You're growing them. We'll take over the world in a very Care Bear-y kind of way.
That's interesting.
Oh man, Top, you're in for such a roller coaster ride. Oh man. Well, first of all, no. Here's the interesting thing. I don't remember where I saw this, but recently I saw an interview with Donald X. Vaccarino about how he has been pulling back on the attack content. Because, as you know, he's been putting out expansion after expansion after expansion. And progressively, there are fewer and fewer ways to attack each other and more ways to interact with each other in different ways. Trading cards with each other or giving resource, pick other players to get resources. And that's a shift that he has been making for his game. And again, if I could, I don't know where I saw this interview, but I recall it being something that he recognizes that, yeah, that was never what made, it's kind of a younger him that liked all of that. And he doesn't see the value of it as much anymore. Again, I might be putting words in his mouth. So, Top, take it from the designer of Dominion himself, who maybe if he could go back in time, he would have been cutting down on the attack stuff right from the get-go, because he's doing it now. That aside, are they getting the full experience of Dominion? Of course not. Does that matter? Of course not. What matters is, are you having fun? The full experience of Dominion or any game is, can you enjoy it? And if attacking would lead to them having less fun, why would, but a fuller experience, why would anybody want that? And particularly because there's so much content in Dominion, you can just leave the attack cards out and the moat for the protection. There's just no reason to keep it in there. What do you think, honey?
That's interesting. I'm thinking about it from a general parenting standpoint.
Okay.
Do you want your children to be toughened up to, to have experienced the bad parts of life or gaming, just so they're tougher?
I'm sure there are people who would make that argument, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would rather build an empathetic child.
Who's unprepared for jerks on the playground? I mean, I don't know. You can prepare for jerks on the playground regardless. Or jerks in the boardroom, or what have you.
Yeah. I don't know. And also, would you want to encourage your children to get the high from beating somebody in a more aggressive way? Would you want to teach them that that is a good feeling? I don't know. I think that's a big parenting question. I think you can answer that.
Yeah, neither of us are parents, quite frankly. But you're right. It begs. This is a bigger, deeper question than I was certainly giving it credit for.
Yeah, I think, and I think that's something that board game designers in general should be looking at. What do we want to teach people to? How do we want to teach people to interact over the board game?
Yeah. Huh. Wow. Okay. Without attacking, that's really kind of, are they getting the full experience? And you only talked about in terms of their board game experience. Right. And, yeah, I don't think so. To the gaming stuff, the only important thing, the only goal is to have fun and enjoy yourself. A distant second goal is to be more enriched as a human being, wherever possible. And I do think that's something we're seeing more and more in games as they tackle different subjects, as they try to bring history to life, both good and bad. And I think, but still, the number one goal of a game is just to ensure people sit around at a table and enjoy each other's company and, strengthen bonds through fun. And if you can't have fun attacking, why would you? I mean, obviously, it's the cornerstone of everything about my channel and everything about me and Jen is that we would rather not attack each other. That's a journey Jen has been on over the last few years. It's just the way I was implicitly, and I don't know quite why. But I don't know what prompted me to be the way I am, but I'm sure Jen is basically just being influenced by me the same way your kids are being influenced by you and your steadfast refusal to attack.
I agree with that.
But okay, here's an interesting thing. Maybe they're being influenced by your choices, but it's still their choices. Isn't it a good thing that you are allowing them, you are giving them a space to explore and to try to discover who they are as people. And I think that's actually really beautiful.
Yeah. Yep, because they could attack, but
Yeah.
they're making a choice not to.
Yeah. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
And all right, okay, is this hurting their development as board game players? There are so many. I mean,
Yeah. There will always be hyper aggressive players out there. There will always be super Care Bear players and everything in between.
here's the deal. I don't mind playing a game with a hyper aggressive player that goes out of their way to burn my stuff to the ground. I just don't enjoy being in a position where I have to burn your stuff to the ground. That's not what I look for in gaming. But I like a game that throws challenges at me. And, whether it's an event deck in a co-op game or whether it's a particularly nasty opponent who lets all the sheep out in Agricola, even though they can't use them themselves, just to keep them from me. I'm totally fine with that. I just am unhappy when I'm put in a situation where I have to make those moves. So, I'm surrounded by over 300 games that don't put me in that situation. Are you worried that when they go on to play games with other kids? I don't know. I mean, if anything, I think, there's something to evaluate. Do they, I don't think this is applicable for Dominion, but you're probably playing other games with them, games that actually put hurdles in front of them, problems to overcome, challenges to defeat. How do they respond to that? Because, if they rise to the challenge, if they find that engaging, then they're probably going to be fine when they eventually go out into the world and play with jerks who really want to destroy their sandcastle, if they can transfer that same, this is just another challenge I have to overcome, this other player. That's kind of how I would look at it. But I think Jen's observation is much more important. That this is an interesting petri dish, and you are allowing them to develop, and you're seeing. Let them lead. I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Next up, you doubt that Jen and I play Dominion much these days, even though it's my number 12 on my list. But if we were to pick it back up, would we avoid all attack cards? Yeah. I just don't. I don't. There's just no reason. We've got everything. It's like 3 gigantic boxes. I must weigh 15 pounds. There's just no reason to bother with them at all. They offer nothing. And like I said, as you will find as you continue to work your way through it, the change has shifted. I did a top 10 years ago called Top 10 Nonviolent Board Game Interaction Designs or something like that, where it was just me trying to point out less to my viewers and more to the industry. You don't have to keep putting take-that cards in your game if you want interaction between players. Look, here's all these other ways players can interact with each other that are positive and proactive and equally exciting and compelling as, I'm just going to reach across the table and smash your stuff into the ground. And so, no, you're right, those things still exist. And I'm sure at this point, my guess would be Dalnex Vaccarino is only including them to tick the box and make sure that they're there because there's a percentage of players who want that. So I wouldn't worry about it, man. How do you play Dominion these days? Random sets, recommended sets, craft the sets. We have never, ever really gone with the recommended sets. Ever, I don't think.
I think you just grab
Yeah.
this and that and something else.
Yep, if you're on camera, let me hold on a second. Let me grab Dominion right over here. Here's my Dominion Menagerie box, one of 3. And if you look at it, if I get these out of the way, you will see I've just got all the different expansions, kind of segmented into different sections. And what I do is I take any one set of cards, like Theodem right here, from, what is this? This is from Dark Ages. I say, hey, we're going to mix Dark Ages and we're going to mix Intrigue today. And so I'll just grab randomly a few of these pre-packaged card packets, and if I accidentally grab an attack card, I'll just put it back in and grab a different one, and then I put them together. And so every time we play, we get, because every expansion has a feel to it, the kinds of things that happens, and I just think it's interesting to combine 2 different feeling things. So that's how we play, and we don't play that much. Mostly, the only time we play is when we get new expansions. And I'll play the expansion. We'll play a few games with just the new expansion stuff, and then we'll play a few games mixing and matching with other stuff. And then it'll go back on the shelf to gather dust once more until the next expansion comes out, because there's always new stuff to cover. All right, but that's how we handle Dominion. Hey, Kurt, are you guys responsible for 2 largest non-gaming purchases that Kurt has recently made? Kurt bought an Oculus Quest about a year ago, when we were talking about using it for exercise, and Kurt has to say he loves it. Beat Saber, Pistol Whip, dun 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 dun, and Racket Fury. Kurt says it's a great way to keep active, so thanks for the recommendation. Also, just last week, Kurt bought a Ninja Foodie.
Oh.
Again, mostly based on the strength of us talking about it on a number of occasions. So Kurt wonders, I guess this is really for Jen, any tricks or tips for a new foodie owner, killer recipes that Gert needs to know?
Kurt.
Kurt.
Not Gert.
Gert is our dog. Kurt is a listener. Well, one is, while Jen's thinking of stuff, buy a second pot. Right?
Yep. You can get another
$10?
$20 on Amazon.
$20, you can get a second one. Jen has 2 pots at the ready, so she's got, like the main course we're going to eat, and then she has the cobble dessert, and she can just swap them back and forth.
Yeah, that's very handy.
Yep.
I found that the Teflon coating on the pots lasts about a year before it stops being non-stick. So you're going to need a new pot anyway. So if you've got your dessert pot and your main pot, then you've got your dessert pot. Switch over to your main pot, and then you get a new pot for your dessert pot.
You don't have a breakfast pot and a dinner pot, though.
Actually, I also bought a stainless steel pot.
That fits the same?
Yeah, so you can get the Teflon coated or just the stainless steel one. And I recommend that if you're going to do soups, because I like to pulverize my soup using one of those.
Oh, yes, you made a terrible mistake, didn't you?
Things, yeah. So I had just gotten a brand new non-stick pot, and I made a thing of soup, and I pulverized in it, and the pulverizer actually scratched the bejesus out of the bottom of the pot.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, that's when I bought a stainless steel pot.
Yes. So that was a very expensive flower pot you bought, basically. Or
Well,
whatever.
it's our dessert pot currently.
Oh my gosh, even though it's...
Well, it doesn't need that much non-stick for the...
Okay.
Because the cobble is just some...
Oh, right.
Coconut flakes and fruit, basically.
Okay.
So that would be some tips and tricks, killer recipes. I just use it for everything. So, yeah, whatever you cook, just cook it in there. Mm-hmm. Whatever you normally cook.
Yeah. I believe Foodie's website does have...
It does.
Just
and there's loads
an explosion of...
Well, in YouTube, too, there's just loads of people out there who are cooking in their ninjas, and they have made channels out of it. So.
Yeah, that's true. As I think we've done that a few times. Like, what did you... Oh, Jen wanted to know, can we do popcorn in this thing? And we just did a search on YouTube for Ninja Foodie popcorn and found a half a dozen different people who have experimented and found the ideal way to do popcorn in your Ninja Foodie.
Yep.
And Jen has done it, and it works. So, yeah.
I'm trying to remember, was it popcorn? Because I've also got that silicone thing that I use for popcorn. I don't know that
Was it popcorn? It was something. It was something like popcorn that was like a very unique thing to produce. It wasn't hard-boiled eggs.
It was not popcorn.
But
I've
it was
never made
something like
popcorn.
that.
I'm not sure what you're thinking of.
But you remember, right? I mean, because you said...
Well, I often look up, like, if I'm going to do something particular, like, osobufka, or a particular...
Did you just make up a word, or is that a thing?
That is a kind of a cut of meat.
Okay.
Or if you want to do pull-apart pork, or something like that. Yeah, I'll look up a particular recipe for that. Just because
again, and you will do that on YouTube, or will you do that? I mean, on the Ninja Foodie, they have lots of recipes on their site.
Yeah, I just usually Google it, and usually it takes me to some YouTuber.
Okay.
But yeah, either way.
Yeah, the Ninja Foodie is huge. It was just the fact that Mom stumbled across that as a gift, right when it was at its height of popularity, and now, they're everywhere, and they're
you can get them in
thing.
Costco for I think $179.
What was the thing if it wasn't popcorn? Oh, that drives me nuts. Because it was some kind of really offbeat thing, and the question is, could we even do this in the Foodie? And well, whatever it was, she does that too. Whatever it might be, thanks to YouTube. Okay, moving on to Christian. This is a question wrapped with some personal experience that Christian has had, and he hopes might help some other people. And by the way, honey, your Words of Wisdom is coming up because we're almost near the end.
Oh, shoot.
So here, let me go on ahead.
Has he
I'm
asked
reading
about
Christian's
it?
thing. Yes, it is.
Oh, dear.
Let me go on ahead and set up so Jen can find some words of wisdom as we're going through the last few. She's going to have to stop knitting and purling. There you go. You're logged in.
Thank you.
Alrighty, but in the meantime, Christian says, do we ever have issues trying to fall asleep? And if so, what helps to conk out? And then Christian has recommendations.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Before we get to that, I'll answer the question. I don't. I can sleep like a log. I have very rarely in my life had a hard time, even when I'm going through extreme periods of stress. Normally, not always, but normally I can get to sleep without too much trouble. When I do have extreme stress, like hey, I'll tell you, I slept very
No.
little after episode 69, and until I got episode 70 out. And I just had to muscle through it because I couldn't get myself to sleep under those because I just kept working. My brain working. That's the thing. I'm able to shut my brain off usually. I'm very good at compartmentalizing and say, oh, I've got this really big problem. Okay, I'm just done thinking about that really big problem now, for the most part. And yeah, it's time to go to sleep. I'm just not going to think about that anymore. And I can usually linger off in 5 minutes or so without exception, unless there's like noise or some kind of big distraction. Jen, though, I know she struggles quite a bit more with sleep. A lot. So really, it's a question more for you, Honey Pie. What have you done to help conk out? And then we'll get to Christian's
Oh, so I have a couple.
experiences.
I look at Instagram because I'm following a bunch of artists there, and same thing on Facebook.
Using a blue light filter, I'm sure.
Of course,
Yes.
using a blue light filter. And I think what I do is I just look at stuff and all their beautiful craft. And at some point, my brain just goes, "Oh, I'm so full," and then I go to sleep.
So that's what you do for like 10 minutes every night before you go to sleep? You just browse Instagram craft art?
Not every night, but yeah. Or if I'm reading, I'll just come to a point where I'm just so drowsy, and I put the phone away and just go to sleep. So, but for about a year, because of the way my eyes have been after the surgeries, I just wasn't doing very much reading. And so I definitely fell into the habit of just sort of perusing art and craft. And then, yeah, at some point your brain just gets so full and you just, that's what works for me.
And so and it does work?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, because I pay attention to how I'm feeling, and it's when I feel drowsy and full, I just put the phone away and go to sleep.
Yep. You've also bought a fancy pillow.
Oh, that was because apparently I've got arthritis in my shoulders.
Oh, so that was for the arthritis in your shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't about sleeping at all.
Nope.
Did you find that it helped, or did it make a difference? Or
Yeah, it's definitely helped. Yeah.
right. I don't know what it's called. It's like a multi-part pillow that's a wedge, and then a thing you can put your arm under, so you can lay your head on your arm without cutting off your circulation.
Yeah.
But it's all so that you're basically putting no pressure on your arthritic left shoulder.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yep. It's called a Med-E-Cline instead of a recline, a Med-E-Cline. And it's got this big kind of U-shaped pillow that goes up and around your head. So that, yeah, anyway, it's crazy, and it's huge.
Yes, it is.
And
there's barely room for me and the dogs.
Yep. But it does work. My shoulders don't ache anymore. So.
Oh wow! I didn't know that. You're completely. You're over your.
Well, so a couple days ago, I took it off the bed to see if I could sleep flat again.
And you had aches.
And my shoulders started hurting again.
All right. Well, there you go.
They're back.
And you think maybe it helps with your sleep patterns as well, or is it the Instagram that's your real silver bullet?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Christian personally has always been a light sleeper and always had issues trying to get to sleep. But recently, he found that teaching the rules of a new board game to someone in his head helps him go to sleep. Sometimes I'll get to the end of the rules explanation and I'll think of a new board game to explain. Other times I'll wake for no reason, being a light sleeper, and just start teaching the rules from where I left off. As a side benefit of being able to more succinctly teach games, and from my influence in Christian's head, I always start the rules explanation with, "Welcome to whatever." Anyway, that's love all that you do, or we do. Sending lots of love and thanks to me and Jen. Thank you, Christian. What would that be like? Okay, I'm going to try that. Again, I don't really have to, but the next time I will start doing a run through in my head. Hey everybody, today Rahdo runs through trying to go to sleep. I don't know, that'd be too meta. I don't know, but that is interesting. That is a weird brain quirk. I can understand Jen's thing of soothing images and all that, but the stress of trying to teach a game shuts your brain down. That's fantastic. I'm glad you found it. And if that works for anybody else, I'd definitely be curious. Okay, then we have another question from Ben, who he thinks this belongs in personal. He points out that I've mentioned that if Jen ever loses interest in board games, I'd stop doing Rahdo Runs Through. And I have mentioned that a few times. And which is why I'm really careful about curating what games come through the door and only bringing in stuff that's fun, because I don't want Jen to lose her passion for it. All right, anyway. It's Ben's understanding that Rahdo Runs Through is our main source of income. So if we stopped, what would we do instead? Go back to the video game industry or something else? Well, I don't want to have to stop because I don't want to have to think about it. Well, I think, it's a good question. I think what we would do is we would try to revert back to the original plan that we had in our mid-40s, where I would retire early and we would like I said, we talked about this earlier in this podcast. We live fairly frugal lives for the most part. And, I think we would go, we're a bit less frugal because Rahdo's fairly successful and because, Jen's successful and all of that. Of course, Jen would keep working on glass, so we would still have income. And we have income from, investments that we've made over the years and all of that. And I think we would just try to get back to where we are living based off those income. Are you showing me something, honey?
I think you should put this on the screen. I don't know how you do it.
Okay, that's going to be...
For my thought.
How to do that. If you could email that to me, I'll be able to put that on the screen.
Okay.
Cool. Jen's going to actually put her thoughts on the screen as she reads them, and she's going to email them to me because what everybody's looking at is Microsoft Outlook right now, so they're just looking at their emails. Anyway, though, so, because the thing is, that plan was kind of working. The biggest wrinkle to the plan, back when I decided, hey, I'd really like to... Yes, this is my mouse. Thank you very much. And and everybody gets to see what you were trying to do with it, but that's okay.
Sorry.
Nothing went wrong. When we originally started doing this, we just realized we had to be frugal. That was going to be Ittsville for as many board game purchases. I mean, I think Jen said you can buy one board game a month, and that's still something. Quite frankly, 12 new board games a year. I didn't want to do that at the time, but you know what? That was 9 years ago? At this point in my life, only 12 new games a year? That doesn't sound unreasonable to me, quite frankly. That sounds actually almost kind of normal and maybe even healthy. So I can imagine being satisfied with a life where I only play 12 new games a year and we spend more time enjoying the games. I mean, because when I started, I had a collection of 50 games. So I don't think that would be too problematic. Now, it was in part I had to start doing the podcast because I want, or not the podcast, the run through, so I could keep on getting all the latest. I wanted all the hotness, and I don't know how I would deal with FOMO, but I'd probably come to terms with it. But there were other things that, like I said, when my dad died and my mom needed more financial assistance, and then when we moved back here, Jen and I have never stopped talking about what's next. And actually, the thing we're talking about a lot these days is Ireland. And I don't know if Jen wants me to mention that, but we were just talking about it again this morning because I had to look up what are all the different Irish ferries that you can get in to get to Europe. Because that's Jen's ultimate long-term goal. Her parents, after they retired, lived for many, many years, life on the road in RVs, and Jen wants to do that so very, very much. We did it a bit. We just got a little snippet of it when we lived in Europe, and it just kind of whetted her appetite for more. And whereas me, I just want to make sure we can hold on to our EU citizenship, which I guess effectively we've lost now. We are no longer EU citizens, right? As of the 1st of January, Brexit, we are no longer EU citizens, period. And I want to get that back. And Ireland allows for dual citizenship passports. And because we are UK citizens, we don't need any kind of work permit or anything to live in Ireland. And so eventually, I mean, we've always kind of assumed we'd move back. When my mom no longer needs us, we would move back to where we were in England before. But, Surrey, which is west of London. But that's expensive. It's crazy expensive. And we've been looking. The cost of living in Ireland, if you do it right, can be kind of low, like it was for us in Malta. Yep. Some things are expensive because it's an island and it has to bring stuff in. The exact same problems were there in Malta as well.
Yep. But
we can get a great place for really low prices if we don't want to live in the middle of Dublin or something like that, and we don't. So that's kind of, I don't know. Jen, that was not her plan. I literally just sprung this on her last night. And she woke up this morning saying, I don't know if that would work. And then I gave her another big sales pitch. And she said, okay, maybe it'll work.
Yeah.
But I envision a time when, we can just spend more time together doing something other than playing games because it's my job. And I know Jenna says, oh, you can do Rahdo Runs Through on the road. And like, yeah, I guess Rahdo, and obviously it kind of lends itself, Rahdo roads through, or Rahdo runs through on the road again, for a few years. I don't know, but my intention, you're right, at a heart speed, I know I could go back to the video game industry, even though I've been out of it now for for over a decade. I mean, the last AAA console game I played was the second Batman Arkham game. Because I played that all the way through. And I haven't played anything since. I played a few games on my Oculus, and I thought, oh, maybe this VR thing will get me back into gaming. Ultimately, it didn't. I did it for a little bit, and I stopped. But in spite of that, I have so much experience, I'm sure I could get a decent paying job in the video game industry like that if I needed to. I don't want to.
It's awfully nice to work for yourself.
Yes, I mean, oh man, for the first time in my life, working for myself, that's really great. But I mean, I'll be honest. I'm sure you've noticed I have contributors on my channel. If I stop, doesn't mean Rahdo Runs Through as a channel has to stop. Nothing makes me happier than knowing the fact that Shay, as a contributor on my channel, he hasn't had to go back to bartending, which is what he was doing. And he lost his bartending job when COVID hit. And then, what do you know? He started working with me, and he decided, I don't have to go back to that because he's making a living off of Rahdo Runs Through. And his own channel, which is fantastic, because I think that's great, and that makes me so happy. I want more people to be able to experience that too, and so that's definitely something I am doing. Bringing more contributors on is great because it means there's more games covered, so you as the audience benefit. It's great because it means I'm actually helping people and improving their lives because they get to, the lucky few who actually get to make a living doing what I do. But hey, there's a long-term component to it as well. That Rahdo Runs Through does not have to end when I go down to... I mean, this time 2 years ago, I was doing 30 games a month. This time last year, I was probably doing 20 games a month. Right now, I'm doing maybe 15 games a month. But these other folks are stepping up so that there's still a sizable... amount of content. So that I think is going to be something, because I honestly, I can't do this forever. I just can't. And that has nothing to do with, Jen being available to play the games with me. I mean, sooner or later, I am going to just be too exhausted to get in front of the camera again and give us another, hey, everybody. Jen's trying to jump into the camera.
Oh, no, I was trying to move my face so you could look at me.
oh, am I not looking at you, at the little picture of you when I look over there?
Yeah, but I was just trying to put my face closer to
Well, I'm actually mostly looking at, because I'm pretending I'm talking to Ben, which is why I'm looking at his email. And I'm looking over at you every once in a while.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, that was very broad ranging, but I would like to think that when I stop doing Rahdo Run Through, which means Rahdo Run Through itself wouldn't necessarily end, that, maybe I'm just, hey, I come in every once in a while. Maybe I'm just doing a couple of things a month. But there is Shay and others who have stepped up to keep the channel going. And I can just be the Andy Rooney who shows up every once in a while. Was it Andy Rooney on 60 Minutes?
Last segment, yeah.
Yeah.
10 minutes of Grumpy Man.
Yeah, maybe that's ultimately where I go, in my day, we didn't have any, or whatever. So that's kind of a long-term thought process about the show. Right. Which goes beyond what you were talking about. I mean, is there anything else I would do? No, I don't think so. It's either continue doing this, just go back to the video game industry, or get ourselves in a situation in a really low cost of living place like Ireland and just tighten our belts up. Because Jen and we're the queens of tightening belts up.
Are you the queen?
I'm a king, she's a queen. We're very good at living modest, frugal lives.
Well, also, I've got a lot of glass.
Yeah, and just because I get tired doesn't mean Jen won't continue to make an income as well. Yeah. And, continue to monitor our investments and all the rest of it. So that's kind of where that goes. So you have sent me a new email, right?
No, I had to do it on Facebook.
What do you mean?
Because I couldn't send it. I don't know how to do.
All right. Well, no, all you have to do is send me this URL.
I know, but how am I going to log into email on your computer? This is not my computer.
It's my computer. All right. Oh, so I'm going to send an email to myself. Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I've got so these two things.
You have two you want to do?
It's sort of a multi-pronged because I'm going to talk a little bit about something.
Oh my. All right.
Nobody asked me this question. Well, I guess somebody sort of partially asked this question.
Okay. All right. So Jen's got a bunch of words of wisdom for you folks. Watch out. All right. So I'm going to send an email. You know what? I'm going to pause for a second and get this on screen. I don't have to do this live. I can pause. Pause. Without losing the video this time. Fingers crossed.
Remember.
Okay. What? You were about. Jen always starts talking right at the second after she's completely silent for 5 minutes, and then that's when I unpause and I interrupting her. I'm sorry, were you about to say something, Honey Pie?
No.
Okay, well, folks, before we get to Jen's words of wisdom, of course, there were dog pictures that you didn't see earlier because, again, I was a doofus maloofus. So this was, who was it? It was Sonic and Sprecher enjoying life in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there were those two. Plus, there were a couple that came in the game-related stuff, which Jen has not seen yet. So let's jump over to them. First of all, we have Charlie.
Oh, my goodness.
Who is a regular.
Yes.
Charlie is awesome. We cannot get enough of Charlie.
I like more than one ball.
Yep. And for folks who can't see, again, go to dogs.rahdo.com. And then there were a couple more over here from Tomas. I think this was the one. There we go.
Oh,
Tuna.
Beautiful.
Look at Tuna.
He's lovely. I do like Weimaraner's.
Cute little puppy.
Oh, even better as a puppy. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I think that's it. So,
I want that.
yeah, we should have started with this, but we're ending with it. So that's Tuna, Sprecher, Charlie. I'm sorry, I forgot the other one because Sprecher is a very memorable name. And
Sonic.
It's a Sonic and Sprecher. Yes,
Yeah.
so they're both. I mean, because Sprechen is to speak,
Yeah.
right, in German, if I recall correctly. So they're saying that Sprecher is a talker, and Sonic is the quick one. And then there's good old Tuna, all grown up and as a pup.
Oh my
Thank you, everybody,
gosh.
for sharing the dogs. And now, as a thank you, once again, Henrik, as always, asks, could Jen have some words of wisdom? And because Jen did not appear in the last episode, 70, Jen's got 2.
No.
So now let's see if I remember how to jump over to them because I set it up. All right, that's the first one.
Okay, well, this is just good in general, and I guess I'm reading it out loud.
Yes, because again,
Some people won't see it.
the majority of people will not see it. More people listen than watch on YouTube.
Okay, so this is apparently from Danielle Kolpik.
Yep. Kolpka, it looks like.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You can't change people. You can only change your expectations. You can set boundaries. You can make new decisions about how much time and energy you give and how much of your heart you share.
Okay. That's kind of in keeping with some of the stuff that was talked about today.
Yep.
And I know it's also in keeping with stuff you're dealing with as well in life. Let's see. So where's the other one? The other one, I got to get back. Oh, here it is boop.
And then, because sometimes you still need to feel like you're oh God, nobody's giving me what I need back. Okay, so this is important to me. I'm learning to be nourished by the love I give, not by the validation offered in response to my giving.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow. So, I don't know. I feel like having looked at these now, because I wasn't quite sure what she was going to say, this is not referring to me. I very much love my wife and appreciate everything she does, and she's awesome and great.
Yes, you're very good. I've got him trained after 30 years. He gives me lots of validation
All right.
in the way that I want it.
Cool. Well, and that was it, folks. Another episode 71. And now I've got to go, of course, record an intro and record all the game-related stuff. And I totally forgot, because I was so out of practice after taking a bit of time off. There's a couple of game questions for you, too.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just do those.
We'll do those right after all of this. Because the final thing is, I talk about games, and you and I talk about games, then we do all the personal. And somehow we always end up doing this completely backwards, which is a pain. But, yes, remember, folks, learn to be nourished by the love you give, not the validation offered in response for your giving.
Yep.
And please remember, I love my wife very much.
He does love me.
He's
He's
lots
awesome.
of validation. And I think we are done.
Hey, I love you too.
I love you too. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks as always, folks, for watching or listening. And as always, if you have any questions, by all means, send them to questions@rahdo.com, because without your questions, we got no podcast. Thanks a lot. Talk to you later. So long. Bye-bye.